presentations. And we have allocated 15-minute slot for each presentation. So our attendees, you can see in the bottom of your window a special button which is called Q&A. That's the place where you can send your questions to the presenters. And if there is 1 minute left at the end of each presentation, we will use this minute to answer the most voted questions. So actually, the most important questions you can upvote. So the most upvoted questions will be answered at the end of the presentations or in the special discussion session at the end of the session. Otherwise, we have 15 minutes for everyone to present, and I would like to introduce the first speaker and invite him to present. Our first speaker is coming from Serbia, from the University of Niš. His name is Milan Gocic, and he is also the main coordinator of the SWAM project. And he will present about development of master curricula for natural disasters, risk management in Western Balkan countries. And this is a presentation about a net risk project of the European Union from Erasmus Plus program. So by saying that, Milan, you are welcome. Zoom is yours. You can share screen.
Okay. Thank you, Zahar.
Yes, perfect. We can see a presentation.
Okay. I would like to start with natural hazards. A lot of natural hazards that happened in the past and unfortunately in the future. For example, from Greece, from last year, from Halkidiki, then Hurricane Dorian from Bahamas, September last year. Also, some data from yesterday from Echo Daily Flash website. As we can see in red, a lot of different regions, different countries, and in blue presented some natural hazards such as floods, tropical cyclone, and severe weather. Natural hazards, we cannot avoid them, but we can prevent them from becoming disasters. Our motivation during preparation of this project, Net Risk project, natural disasters risk management became the greatest global challenge. Because of that, Western Balkan countries should above all develop new or improve the existing education in this field, also raise technical capacity, and create efficient systems for better response when natural disasters occur. The overall broader objective of this project is to educate experts for prevention of natural disasters in the region of Western Balkan according to the national and EU policies. There are a few specific objectives, such as identification of natural disasters in the Western Balkan countries, then development and implementation of the new advanced master curricula in the field of natural disasters risk management. Then, important objective is to develop a training for professionals and for public sector and citizens, and how they should react in case of various natural disasters. We need to have consortium, strong consortium, 5 EU partners from 5 different countries, from Austria, the UK, Italy, Hungary, and Greece, and also 7 Western Balkan partners and 1 associated partner. Important project results: 6 master curricula and 1 specialist professional study program developed, accredited, and also implemented. Also, we enrolled more than 100 students and developed 70 new courses. We equipped 7 laboratories in the Western Balkan region for studies in this field. Also, 8 agreements was signed between Western Balkan higher education institutions and companies in the field of natural disaster risk management. We developed 4 handbooks in the field of natural disasters risk management, and also 14 trainings were delivered with participation of approximately 300 participants. Internationalization of the partner higher education institutions. Important, 2 new international relation offices established. They adopted necessary procedures and also adopted necessary documentation for development of international relation offices, such as mobility action plans, guidelines for student and staff exchange, and strategy for mobility. 3 partner higher education institutions have also obtained the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education, important for participation in Erasmus Plus projects. Also, 26 interinstitutional agreements signed between Western Balkan higher education institutions and EU partners. Also, in special mobility strand, more than 100 mobility visits of teaching staff organized and 24 student mobility visits organized. Also, students' internships were realized 28. Significant spin-off effects of NatRISK projects. Establishment of 2 international relation offices in 2 partner countries. Publication by Springer of a monograph book titled Natural Risk Management in Engineering, NatRISK project, including 11 chapters, which will contribute to the visibility of the project. According to developed curricula, they are in line with the European credit transfer system. Also, they're based on integration of information communication technologies in teaching and learning process. They are focused on student-centered learning and innovative teaching methods. Developed master curricula have also a practical pedagogical approach. All master students should carry out internships as a mandatory part of the curricula, most important part. And at the end of this presentation, final remarks. Project is presented as an example of best practices at the Erasmus Plus Contact Seminar with the Western Balkans, organized by the European Commission in Albania last year. Also, National Erasmus Office from Serbia recorded a promotional video related to the NatRISK project. At the end, most important, project implementation has been qualified as very good by the European Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Milan, for presenting your case study from the NatRISK project. And I would like to remind to the attendees that you can ask your questions using the Q&A button in the bottom of the window. So that's the place where you can write your questions. And that's the place where you can also comment or you can upvote the questions. So we will try to take the most popular questions at the end of each presentation or during a special discussion time at the end of the session. Otherwise, I'm happy to say that we have 33 attendees and 15 panelists in this webinar. So altogether, we have 48 participants. I would like to introduce the next speaker. So the next speaker is coming from the University of Pristina in Kosovska Mitrovica. And I'd like to introduce Jelena Dokic, who will present about improving the traffic safety in the Western Balkan countries through curriculum innovation and development of undergraduate and master studies. So her case study is coming from TRAF-SAF project. Jelena, you're welcome.
Yes.
You can share your screen.
Yes, just a small, small thoughts about Milan's presentation, because we started with NatRisk as the most important and innovative approach to the projects, and all other projects are actually, piling up knowledge and experience from NatRisk. So
Yeah.
all our other projects are actually built on the experience of NatRisk. That is something I have to mention, and this is most important for all of us here, most of us here presenting our cases.
Thanks for this reflection.
I will now share, yes, I will now share screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet. You need to push this share screen green button and then select the window which you want to share.
Yes, I actually did it, but I don't know. Now,
can you try again? Can you stop and share again?
Yes, I will now.
Yeah, now it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Yeah, now we have it. But it shows presentation in Google Mail or somewhere.
Oh no.
No. Can you change the window then?
Okay, I will change the window. Okay, I don't know.
No, you need to stop sharing again and reshare your screen, selecting the correct window. It's still Gmail on our screen.
Okay.
You can stop sharing. Just stop sharing. Stop sharing.
No, share. Stop share. Okay, stop share.
And then share screen again and select the PowerPoint window.
No. I don't know. But it is actually...
you have like a dialog window and then you select the PowerPoint window.
Yes, I think that I have the right one. I don't
now
know
it's okay. Just open it full screen. Now it's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Just full screen. Yeah, perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry for this small technical part, but actually we are not behind the time, so we have time. This is the project that started in 2018, and actually it will be ending next year. So I cannot present the statistical data as Milan did because the project is not finished yet. It's basic information about the project. The project full name is Improving the Traffic Safety in the Western Balkans countries through curriculum innovation and development of undergraduate and master studies. So the project will be ending in 2021. The coordinator is us, University of Pristina in Kosovska Mitrovica, and actually we are happy to be coordinators for some several Erasmus Plus projects now. So we had a very good motivation to actually start this project, because every year, according to World Health Organization, 1.2 million people actually die in road crashes worldwide, and 30 to 50 million people are injured. So road traffic injuries are the 8th leading cause of death globally, and the leading cause of death for young people aged 15 to 29. Actually, compared to Western Balkans, Western European countries, Western Balkan countries have higher road incidents, actually fertility rate is much higher, not just happening the road accidents. Based on data published on Global Status Report on the road safety made by World Health Organization, Serbia had 7.7 and Bosnia and Herzegovina 17.7 road traffic fatalities per 100,000 of inhabitants. In Kosovo, there is a 7.0 road traffic fatalities per 100,000 inhabitants. These numbers are very high. Corresponding figures for United Kingdom, Sweden, and Norway were 2.9, 2.8, 3.8 respectively. But in the more advanced countries like Sweden and Norway, the loss in GDP due to road traffic crashes is 1%, and the loss of GDP in Western Balkans is 2%. That is a very high percent of loss in GDP because of the road traffic crashes. So actually we crash a lot, and we thought that we could do something about that. So the system, educational system in Western Balkan countries at all levels are more informative than comprehensive. And that is something I actually want to share this achievement with Milan, because for the first time we wanted to be proactive. So it's always in Western Balkans education system that we respond to the situation. We are passive. When something happens, we respond. Now we wanted to be proactive, to plan, and to include that planning and predicting and preparation aspect also to our students and to our future experts. So all Western Balkan universities share the common heritage, and thus the situation in this area is very similar. We have analyzed the transport and traffic engineering curricula and found significant space for improvements. So namely, all partner universities lack modern laboratory equipment and simulation software. Courses are not problem-oriented, but more, general nature. So students have no sufficient skills. And actually, skills are just listed, not actually implemented. So when we talk about skills, how to implement, how to differentiate, how to apply, how to decide, our students are lacking those competencies in all courses, not just in traffic safety. But our mission of activities in the field of traffic safety represents a reduction of fatality injuries and economic losses that occur in traffic accidents. So actually we had overall broader objective to do the quality improvement of higher education in the field of transport and traffic engineering, to do the strengthening its relevance for labor market and in the whole society, to enhance the level of competencies and skills of experts in Western Balkans countries. We included Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo, with asterisk Bosnia and Herzegovina, and improvement of existing bachelor master curricula, all in line with EU trends. So actually, that is what we did as a overall broad objective. But how to do it? That is the question for specific objectives. So first, we did the identification of traffic safety key issues in Western Balkans partner countries, because we wanted to see why we have 3 or 4 times more fatalities per 100,000 of inhabitants, and why we lose twice amount of money per year from traffic crashes. So that is identification of traffic safety key issues. Development and implementation of new modernized curricula for undergraduate and master students in accordance with Bologna requirements and national accreditation standards, and development of educational trainings and training material with traffic safety professionals. Actually, we started with that huge cooperation with all parts of the society. We included business, We included a public sector because we had to include different institutions in these trainings. And actually we included also NGO sector. That is the first time that we did it in our projects. I'm talking about University in Pristina and Kosovska Mitrovica. So actually we included also NGO sector. That is very important because we think that public awareness is crucial also for this problem of traffic safety, and that they can actually make a contribution and make a difference. So because of that, we did educational trainings and training material for traffic safety professionals also, and for general public. So we thought about sustainability. So undergraduate and master study programs at the Western Balkans partner higher education institutions that will be improved or developed are accredited and implemented. So after we finish this project, we will still have students attending and having classes in traffic safety, and they will actually continue the mission of this project. New training programs in traffic safety, one per each partner country, with training materials are developed and conducted. So actually we will have impact on the larger society, on stakeholders. Retrain teaching staff, we have to retrain teaching staff regularly, because we are actually having new young people coming, and we also have new pedagogical models developed. So actually we have to train the teachers. The teachers is the most important part of Erasmus Plus project, because they are capacity development. So it's not just that we are doing training to the society, to stakeholders, not just that we are teaching students, but we are also improving the quality of teaching by training the teachers how to do how to make a good pedagogical model, how to implement the learning outcomes, and how to be sure that the learning outcomes are met. So actually we improve the teaching of the teachers. So by doing that, we introduced new laboratory equipment, library units, and software necessary for continuation of the study programs. Our consortium is nice, big, and overall insight we have from EU countries and from Western Balkan countries. So we have Universitat Politehnica de Madrid, Obuda University, our old partner. Actually with Obuda we have more than one project together. Lublin University of Technology, University of Maribor, also old partner. And we have consortium of Western Balkan partners, that's us, University of Pristina and Kosovska Mitrovica, Technical College of Applied Sciences, Uroševac, with temporary seat in Leposavić, University of Novi Sad, the College of Applied Technical Science Niš, University of Sarajevo, Synergia University Bijeljina, University of Montenegro, University Adriatic Bar, and we have, like I said, non-academic partners, because we want broader, because we think the topic is important for everybody. So actually this is very broad topic, and we wanted to have as much as possible broad consortium. So Road Traffic Safety Agency Serbia, Traffic Safety Agency of Republic of Srpska, Alpha Center Montenegro, and Center for Development of Local Communities from our city. So actually in order to do public awareness. So we developed several work packages. That's analysis of key issues of traffic safety needed to be managed in Western Balkan region. And that is the lesson learned. We learned that lesson from NatRisk. First, we have to know where are we? What is our situation? How can we react, or how can we prevent of that situation to continue? So analysis of key issues it must be done by somebody outside our Western Balkans regions, because in Western Balkan region we know our flaws, and our problems, but somebody from outside should review that. So actually that is the case also in SVARM. Now in SVARM we have a partner who is actually doing the analysis of key issues in sustainable water resource management, because we want somebody from outside to review and to have a fresh look into our problems and to analyze them. Then we have development. So doing the undergraduate and master curricula to improve them, to see how to do it. And that is done by Óbuda University, our Hungarian partner for Budapest. And the development work package number 3, development of trainings for traffic safety professionals. That is our, we call that development, but this is also dissemination, because we have to include the most possible number, the best possible number of people to include them and to do the trainings. And this is done by the work package leader, Lublin University of Technology. But we developed here reading material, but actually maybe if we do have time, we have to make that instruction manual for the traffic safety professionals, like we did in other projects, like we did in SVARM, that book that we actually published with all recommendations, with all instructions for the professionals how to do better their jobs in the municipalities, in the police stations, in the national also agencies. So actually we have to prepare some compiling reading material or compiling teaching material into some book. So implementation of developed undergraduate master curricula and trainings, that's the leader is University of Novi Sad. And quality plan work package 3, actually lesson learned from the previous projects. Quality plan is very important, because during the project you have to see where are you, what is missing, what you can do better. So that actually I call that soft landing, analysis. So in each meeting and after every activity, checking where we are. Do we compile with our objectives, with our specific objectives, with the overall goal? What is missing? What is wrong? If something is wrong, let's correct that. So
Elena, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, I'm finishing. Continuous quality plan is lesson learned from previous projects, and thank you, Milan, for that. Dissemination and exploitation. Dissemination is done by us, University of Mitrovica, and project management also by us. So actually, this is all. I can talk about different things, how we did our work packages, but I wanted just to focus on what is done in the learning and teaching and organizational wise in our project. What is new? So new is that we have pedagogical models improving every time, that we have constant training for the teachers, that we implement quality assurance plan to the letter, because we want to follow up with every activity and to correct if something is wrong, and that we actually spread up all our activities to all stakeholders, included also non-governmental organizations, including the different institutional and non-institutional organizations. So that is the lesson learned and what is the most
Thank you very much, Elena, for presenting your case. It was very interesting. And if there are any questions, participants can type those in the Q&A box. We have a button in the bottom of the window. And we had one question to Milan. Milan, you can actually type the answer because it's more or less personal question to the project, so you can type your answer in the Q&A box. And I would like to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is Jelena Radjovic, and she's coming from Technical College of Applied Sciences, Roževac, with temporary seat in Liepājas. And Jelena will present about development of master curricula for electrical energy markets and engineering education. The project is called Element. Jelena, you can share the screen and unmute yourself.
Good morning to all participants. I hope that everybody is safe and sound. My task today is to... Can you see my...
You can open full screen. Yeah, can you open full screen?
Is it okay now?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. And just speak a little bit closer to the microphone because the sound is a bit weak.
My task today is to present you the Element project, which is abbreviation from the electrical energy markets and engineering education. The project started in 2017 and it's about to be end at the end of this year. The coordinator of this project is National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. Here is the poster of the Element project, where all relevant information of the partners, both EU and Western Balkan partners, and the project objectives and aims are included. In total, we have 16 partners involved in this project, 4 from EU countries, out of which 3 are from non-academic partners. Actually, they are representatives of the relevant industry, which has been and was proven to be very...
I'm sorry, Jelena, but we still cannot hear you very well. And can you turn up your microphone or speak louder, please?
Maximum.
Oh.
It's maximum.
Okay.
Is it better now?
A little bit, yes. Maybe it's my computer, who knows?
I don't know. The others, is it okay?
I think you should try speak close to the microphone, and others can increase sounds. There are pieces as well, but you can hear better.
The project Element is designed to facilitate electric and engineering curricula in Western Balkan countries in order to be competitive with teaching and training in smart grids and microgrid technologies and electricity market. Element activities are organized in 7 work packages, and workload was distributed among the partners. Throughout this project, 6 new e-learning courses at the bachelor level in 8 higher education institutions and new master degree programs in the field of smart grids and electricity markets are developed and implemented at the Western Balkan country institutions. 12 accredited new developed courses taught in English and in local languages at Western Balkan universities, with approximately 350 new enrolled students. What is new for this project, innovative in this project, is the online platform established within the Element project objectives, which is available both in English and local languages, with virtual labs and which are used by students and professors in Western Balkan countries, where e-courses are presented. Project outcomes are multiple. Among others, what we want to emphasize are, for example, new labs which are installed in at 10 higher education institutions, and which will be, of course, used in teaching and learning processes. Internship program is created and organized at each Western Balkan university in cooperation with industry, and this is really a great deal for us, because it is an opportunity for our students to perform their internship programs and to have some practical learning. And also, University Enterprise Network is created within the project around the group of the Element industrial partners. The new courses and master's program will engage, of course, new students and the relevant target groups after the lifetime of the project, as well as it will enhance public awareness of the relevant situation in the electricity market. It will also have an impact on the general public, as they are the end users of electricity, and who will be gradually be trained to interact with the market and the grid in real time. ICT tools such as e-learning platforms and gamified content and application are expected to play a pilot role in the public behavioral modification and awareness, and of course to assist in the teaching process, all with the aim to improve the teaching process and the learning from this particular field. What is very important for us is that this project also made some good things for the future for us as the institution, and I suppose for all other institutions involved in this project, is the increased collaboration among higher education institutions in partner and EU countries, increased internationalization of partner universities, and the increased visibility, for example, of our institution in particular, at the European level to start. Also signed cooperation between Western Balkan countries, higher education institutions and industry representatives, as I already said, which is of great importance for our students, for their future internship programs and practical learning. And we hope the student project that will be conducted in the labs, Element labs, will focus on real life problems and are expected to attract the interest of relevant stakeholders. Any further information regarding this, the Element project, all reports on the events regarding the project you may find on this link. So if you're interested, you may go, the platform is open, you may approach to any document you want, if you want to see what we did and what we are expected to do in the future. So that's all for me now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena, for presenting, and we apologize for technical problems with the sound in this presentation, but we'll also share the slides after the webinar so that you can familiarize with the slides, and you can also visit the webpage of the case study project. I would like to introduce the next speaker, and thanks, Elena, for keeping time. First I would like to remind that we have Q&A box for asking questions, and our panelists will try to answer all the questions either in typing, in writing in this box, or by sound in the end of the session, or if we have some time left. So our next speaker is coming from University of Mostar. And I would like to ask to present Mili Selimotic about promoting academia-industry alliances for R&D through collaborative and open innovation platform. The project case is called All for R&D. Elena, you are allowed to share and presenting. Sorry, not Elena, Mili. Mili Selimotic.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Greetings to all participants of today's Project Coaching webinar. And as Zakhar already mentioned, on behalf of University of Mostar, I'll present a project with the name Promoting Academia Industry Alliances for Research and Development through Collaborative and Open Innovation Platform. Short name abbreviation for it would be All for R&D. project consortium for this project that basically started at the same time as our Swarm project in November of 2018 is outlined on the next slide that you can see. First 5 institutions mentioned on this slide, I will not go particularly through each one of them. First 5 are coming from program countries, while the rest are from partner countries. You can also notice that some of them are indicated in black font and the other ones are in blue font. Those ones indicated in black are purely academic institutions. So as you could probably notice from the name of the project itself, the whole project is based around coordination and cooperation between the academia and industry. So the project is mostly focused on Bosnia and Herzegovina and Armenia. From each of these 2 countries, 2 universities are participating, and each of those 2 had to have one partner industry itself. So for us, for instance, for our University of Mostar, our partner is HP Investing, which is a construction company here from Mostar. From our University of Sarajevo, it's been a project DOO. 4 packages for this Erasmus Plus project are as outlined on the next slide. I'll a little bit more explain the first 4, because the other 3 are the ones that we have basically on almost each and every Erasmus Plus project. So the goal of the first one, first VP is preparation and introduction to this whole idea. And as a part of this preparation work package was a kickoff seminar and, of course, some kind of analysis of research and development and innovation potential in, especially in these partner countries. That was done basically through interviews, web-based interviews with different representatives from academia and from industry itself. Board package number 2, capacity building of cooperative R&D units, basically is the one that had, the accomplishment of this work packet would be establishment of R&D unit in each of these higher education institutions, these universities in Bosnia and Armenia. So complete new R&D unit within the university. This work package number 3 has a task to open and create an innovation platform where all these ideas, tools, LL courses, etc., would be placed for usage either from academia or from various industry institutions. And of course, the work package number 5 was the one that would kind of test this cooperation, the whole cooperation idea, process, and functionality of R&D units, as well as the usage of this platform. So in this work package number 4, the intent is for each of these 4 universities in Bosnia and Armenia to come up with 2 projects each that would kind of test this cooperation within the R&D units, and of course benefit as academia, students, teachers, industries, and other stakeholders for this project. On the next slide, you can see just a quick outline of the project finances. You can notice here, for instance, for those equipment costs that amount to about 152,000 euros. Those are basically costs for equipment that will be used by these R&D units within each of 4 universities. So it's approximately in between 35 and 40,000 euros in equipment for each university. Objectives, more or less, I think I already mentioned the objectives through outlining these war packages, these first 4 war packages. So maybe as a quick synopsis of it would be, okay, we do want to strengthen the connection or establish the connection where it doesn't exist in between the industry on one side and academia from the other side. How we are going to do it? Well, this project proposed establishment of these R&D units, and it proposed formation of this web-based platform to help to put all these tools and findings and knowledge acquired for this project, and to test, of course, all this collaboration between some pilot projects. And on the second part of this slide, you can notice that, that stakeholders, basically potential users of the project results, are academic and research institutions, students and alumni, different agencies, etc., maybe even more. When it comes to what is accomplished so far, because as I already mentioned, the project started at the same time as SFOR. We already completed almost 200 interviews in this first phase, first work package preparation, 200 interviews among different representatives from universities, academia, and industries, companies. So we also attended the kickoff meeting, which is basically within all this work package 1. These 200 interviews are from all included, all institutions that are participating in this project. When it comes to building, establishing research and development units, so 4 units are already established. When I say established, meaning that, majority, I think, documentation that is required for establishing these R&D units are already prepared. So what is important to mention here, that certain obstacles, of course, are different from institution to institution, from one country to another one. And I know that we did have our share of obstacles and difficulties in establishing these units, but now we are on a good track. The majority of documentation is prepared. As you can see on this slide, business plan is still ongoing. We are basically almost 70% through this part. Training of the staff that we envision will be working within this unit. It's also ongoing, and maybe the most important thing, we did purchase the equipment, and the equipment is in our faculty and more or less ready to use. For package number 3, as I already mentioned, web-based platform where we're going to put all these tools that we're going to acquire through this project. And I would like at this point just to mention maybe the most important tools will be developing and implementing training courses. So it's under number 4, where we have to come with certain number of LLL courses that will be placed on this platform. I will outline shortly, I'll mention these courses in some of next slides. On package number 4, which is trials, pilot, and review, as I mentioned at the beginning, the whole project, within the whole project, each institution from Bosnia and Armenia will have to come up with 2 separate research projects. So altogether, it's going to be 8 separate research projects, and we are still working on details for those projects. We do have some ideas, of course. I will mention that towards the end of this presentation. As I said, more quality and assurance, ongoing dissemination and exploration of results. I'll just mention that within this board package, leading organization is one of two leading organizations. It's our university, civil engineering faculty, basically at the University of Mostar. And with us also there is a National University of Architecture and Construction of Armenia. So this is kind of our responsibility. And the work package number 7, of course, all management activities are ongoing, coordination, communication, and especially finances, administration. On this next slide, it's basically summarized results that we have already accomplished here at the University of Mostar. So we came up, we interviewed 20 different representatives from industry and academia. We established our R&D unit with the name Center for Materials Research, purchased and placed the equipment for the center. The amount worth was like 38,000 euros. A majority of the documentation that is here mentioned is already created. There are some things that still need to be nailed down completely. Our staff also attended the workshops that are mentioned here, the one in Finland in May 2019 and in Bochum in November 2019. So there is also another online workshop that is just coming. I think it might be even today at noon. We also organized 2 national events here at our university in Mostar. We created, we are in process of creation of 6 LLL courses that we will put in that platform, and also 2 research projects within the board package number 4 that will test this cooperation. Here are some slides indicating equipment that, part of the equipment that we purchased for our Center for Materials Testing. Here, so our events, we already organized 2 national events. On the first one, we have 57 attendances, and we presented the project and basically this platform that I have mentioned several times through my presentation. On the other national event, there were a little bit less attendees, but on this one, we also presented our research project that we're going to offer through this Erasmus Plus project. And those LL courses that I mentioned earlier that are going to be within board packet number 3 and placed on the platform for this project are these 6 listed. So sustainable new building materials, European norms for concrete design and using strut and tie, durability of structures, renewable energy sources, water resources management, usage risk and risks management, something that goes exactly along the line of our projects 4, and methods and tools for improvement of urban planning. These, when completed, they will be altogether like 50 of these LLL courses for the whole project, and they will be available on the link that you can see at the bottom of this slide. When it comes to our research project, as I already mentioned, each institution from Bosnia and Armenia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, I'm sorry, and Armenia will have to come up with 2. So right now we will be offering 2 projects. One is more along the rehabilitation lines, and the other one is a purely reconstruction project. Even though at the first sight these 2 definitions may seem similar, the rehabilitation project will intends to take a structures basically that were built long before latest war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they were ruined and exposed to harsh weather conditions through 20-25 years. So within this research field, durability of structure, that is going to be wrapped around both of these projects. This will be our first project, and the other one will take a structure that was actually built after war, that was going on here early 90s. So it will be a reconstruction project of the stadium of our football club Velez in Mostar. At the end, I would like to invite all of you to please help this project as well, and to register and visit our platform that is with the link that is indicated here, and with the picture of the participants at our meeting, one of our meetings. I would like to conclude this presentation. I think I was exactly on time, more or less. And
absolutely, yeah. Thank you very much for keeping.
Just one more information. I do have a meeting that starts in 10. However, I will be back within 30-45 minutes, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. We will keep, if any questions, we will keep in the Q&A box, so you can answer it by voice at the end or by writing. Thank you very much for presentation. Thank you. Our next speaker is coming from the University of Sarajevo, and I would like to invite Amar Saric to present the case of BEST SDI project about Western Balkans academic education evolution and professional sustainable training for special data infrastructures. Amar, you're welcome.
Hello, everyone. I will briefly present BEST SDI project, or as you said, project about special data infrastructure. BEST SDI project was run between October 2016 and October 2019, but it still lives through our new Erasmus Plus project and lifelong learning courses. The wider objectives of the BEST SDI project were to improve quality of higher education in geographical science and technology field, SDI and geodesy, enhance its relevance for the labor market and society, and to improve the level of competencies and skills in higher education institutions by developing new and innovative education programs within the field of SDI. The specific project objectives were to develop, test and adapt new curricula, courses, learning material and tools within the field of SDI. In doing so, existing undergraduate and graduate geodesy and geoinformatics curricula in the academic institutions in the Western Balkan region were lifted to higher levels, recognizing of special data from modern society and its development. By the incorporation of SDI concept and other modern concepts based on special data and information, the students of the new courses will have the ability to provide efficiently special data and services to SDI users. In parallel to this, the project also introduced SDI and related concepts in undergraduate and graduate study programs on academic institutions, which profiles are well recognized as SDI users, raising awareness among the students and professionals about the relevancy of SDI and advantages of well-organized special data. As you may know, special data infrastructure, or SDI, is a framework to share, discover, and reuse special data among public authorities, the private sector, and citizens. But SDI is much more. It is about smart environment, intelligent transportation, precise framing, smart cities, and so on. Our project coordinator was University of Zagreb from Croatia. From program countries, we had 4 partners: Catholic University of Leuven from Belgium, University of Split from Croatia, St. Cyril and Methodius University from Skopje from North Macedonia, and Bochum University of Applied Sciences from Germany. Also from Western Balkan region, we had 11 partners, 2 from Albania, 4 from Bosnia and Herzegovina, 2 from Kosovo, 1 from Montenegro, and 2 from Serbia. We had associated partners, 2 from Bosnia and Herzegovina, administrations for geodetic and property affairs in Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Republic of Srpska, and also Agency for Real Estate Cadastre from North Macedonia. We had 2 subcontractors from Sweden. This is project. This is map of our partners and some basic informations about the project. So a project was organized in 5 standard work packages. At the beginning of this project, we had a lot of results to achieve in a very short period of time. The main results were to develop appropriate curricular courses and their content for both target groups, SDI providers and SDI users of academic institutions, and this includes the development of different SDI courses. Some of them were compulsory, some of them were elective courses for graduate study program of all partner faculties. Also, result was to disseminate the project experience and results in order to create additional value and multiply the impact of the results. These dissemination activities are made to targeted audience like professional bodies, public authorities, and so on, to establish the necessary foundation for the participation of partner university in academic SDI arena, and very important to provide equipment for implementation of modernized curricula to partner universities so that new kind of professionals will be equipped with broad cognition, knowledge, and skills about SDI. Additional benefits were new level of communication among all partner university and exchange of students and staff. Based on these results, we published a brochure. This brochure presents the key project outcomes, quality improvements of higher education, geographical information science and technology, new and innovative education program developments, lifelong learning courses, the partnership with public authorities and business sector to develop the annual national SDI reports, and the dissemination of project experiences and results. The outcomes have been packed in three different groups, focusing on first the development and implementation of SDI curriculum in the study programs of project partners. Second, creation of preconditions developing human and technical capacities for the implementation of developed curriculum and establishing new awareness of the role of academic institutions in the development of national SDIs. And third, new forms of cooperation with other SDI stakeholders, governmental and business sector in particular. SDI curriculum has been specified and subsequently developed, encompassing 9 modules and 70 topics. In total, 142 courses have been modernized with SDI content and given at partner universities. So far, those courses have been attended by more than 3,000 students. 2 summer schools were organized in Split within the scope of the project, offering intensive theoretical and practical training in the field of SDI and related topics for 40 teachers, each of them developing human resources at partner universities. The effects of the training were visible not only in the conducted SDI courses during the 3rd year of project lifetime, but also in the number of scientific and professional articles and presentations given, and 2 books on SDI team published by consortia partner team members. Also, 15 laboratories were equipped. Some of these results can be seen in the following pictures from our summer school, field work with best SDI equipment, or lifelong learning courses at partner university. One of the important outcomes of Best SDI project was creation, preparation, and drafting of annual national spatial data infrastructure reports for 5 partner countries. It was the first time that academic view about the establishment of the SDI in partner countries has been written down and presented to other major stakeholders. The aim of this activity is to contribute to further development of NSDI in respective countries and promote the creation among stakeholders, as well as to raise awareness of the role of academic society and in SDI development in academic society itself and among other stakeholders. One of the fine example of how the project lives and after its completion is shown in these pictures from University of Sarajevo Faculty of Civil Engineering. First, we presented the equipment to our master students. Then, together, we used it in the field to obtain drone videos and pictures like this. And after that, with the help from data from Sky Analytics, we collected different data about traffic, which can be used for traffic analysis, traffic management, smart city concept, and so on. At the end, Best SDI project ended in Sarajevo at final configuration together with NatRisk project. For more information, you can visit our website and download all these published materials. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Amar, for keeping time and for the perfect presentation of your project case. I'd like to remind our participants that you can ask questions using Q&A box. You have a button on the bottom of the window. That's the place where you can write questions and also receive answers either in writing or by voice in the end of the presentation or during the discussion session. I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is coming from the University of Sarajevo. And the next presentation will be about business-driven, problem-based learning for academic excellence and geoinformatics. And it will be done by Međina Mulić about the GeoBiz project case. Međina, you're welcome to share the screen. I don't think we have Međina connected. Doesn't look like. Milan, do we have Međina or Emina Hadžić currently?
Maybe we can try with Emina.
Maybe we can do Emina.
Yeah, but Međina is online. Maybe she can wait. I will check.
No, she's. I don't see her. Oh, I see her. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I will promote her to panelist now.
Okay.
Just a moment. Međina Mulić, I will promote to panelist. Međina, welcome to the panelist group. You need to unmute and switch on your camera and then share the screen.
Hello.
Hello, Međina.
Hello. So may I share now my presentation?
Yeah. Yes, please share the screen. Use the green button.
Can you hear my screen now?
No, we don't see it yet.
So it seems it is not allowed to me.
Let me see. No, it should be possible. Do you see green button in the bottom of the window? Share screen.
It seems that if you can hear me,
yeah, we can hear you.
Announce new speaker, and in a meantime, the organizer should allow me to share my screen.
Yeah, maybe Emina. Maybe we go ahead with you. Can you take over, Emina? Yeah, Hadžić, the originally planned speaker.
Yeah,
can you take over this presentation, because I think will be a technical problem with Međina.
Okay, I will try to find the presentation because I didn't prepare it for just a moment. I will try.
Okay.
Yeah, just a minute, please.
What we can do, we can run the next speaker, and meanwhile, you can decide who will be presenting. You still have 3 minutes. We are ahead of time. If Hasha is ready to present, then we can take Hasha first, and then we will come back to this presentation, and then meanwhile you can decide.
Okay.
Or Emina, are you ready?
Yeah. Yes, I find it.
Okay. Can you just open full screen, please?
Yes, just a moment.
Yeah, then we will continue with Emina.
Yeah, okay. I have a problem with my computer, but never mind. Is it
Yeah.
okay now?
Yes, it's fine now.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
I will present some also Erasmus Plus project, business-driven problem-based learning for academic excellence in geoinformatics, or acronym is GeoBiz project. And my colleague Majida Mulic prepared presentation, and sorry for some problem with audio problem. This is on this slide, you can see main or basic information about this project. Start last year and actually start in February of this year. And regarding this situation with COVID, the project start with all activities online. Coordinator of this project is University of Zagreb, Croatia. And on this slide, you can see also web page and mail and more information we can find about this project on this website. Duration of project is 3 years. And on this slide, you can see how wide, how big range of program countries, partner countries, and associated partners. We have project have 7 program countries, 18 partner countries, which is very, very big number, and 5 associated partners. Also, we have a subcontractor from Sweden. What we can say about the importance of geoinformatics, about geoinformatics ecosystem. We know that geospatial data are driver of today's information society, is collected by various sensors like smartphones, satellites, and so on. Also used for an increasing number of how scientific, also in practical purposes, and make it fit for specific use. Advanced technologies supporting these processes are the core of the geoinformatics. Geoinformatic ecosystems consist 3 main stakeholder groups. This is educators, developer of the ecosystems, and very broad spectrum of users. What is about ecosystem challenge? We recognized through this project that in developed countries, stakeholders groups' capacity and contribution to ecosystems are in balance, supporting each other, but in less developed countries, this balance does not exist. This geoinformatic business sector follow technology development, while academic sector has issue with the changes and is lagging, unfortunately. Result, academic sector does not produce adequate professionals with necessary knowledge and skills ready for immediate inclusion in business sector, or they do not contribute to the amount and level they should do. Adding to this already acute lack of ICT educated professionals, we are facing situation which has consequences on user uptake now and will have more severe consequences in future. What was motivation for starting this project? Introduce study program that are in practical part related to case-based problems of business sector, and second, conduct and established on academia business cooperation, which is very important when we talk about geoinformatics and so on. Project target groups are AGI students educated in geoinformatics, AGI teachers, geoinformatics business sector companies, and 3 secondary target groups are professionals in field of geoinformatics, geodesy, ICT, and related disciplines, not just only. AGI is providing study in field of geoinformatics and also related disciplines, and governmental authorities, public administration, and different agencies. Project objectives are strengthening the capacity of academia and institution to be able to respond on needs of the GIE industry. First, establishing new and innovative forms of business-academia cooperation to support interaction in teaching, learning processes, business-academia platform supporting excellence in geoinformatics. Second, develop innovative teacher training programs, practical teaching learning methodologies, content for technology-based courses in geoinformatics aligned on business-driven needs and experience. And third, implement state-of-the-art techniques in geoinformatics teaching process. On this slide, you can see GeoBiz management organigram, and just we can see that all project activities will be given through 6-word package. And on this slide, you can read more about 6-word package, more or less very similar with the other Erasmus Plus project. And results, insight in current status of business academia cooperation, which is very important. Set of business-driven problem-based practical cases in field of technologically advanced application area stored in developed repository already. Business academia cooperation platform, which is designed and established. Design practical parts of GIE courses. Design set of LLL courses in the field of geoinformatics and related fields. And we can say also that number of design courses implemented in partner AGI's curriculum and LL courses piloted. Inclusion of partner countries, business and academia entities in international geoinformatics activities, and sustainability plan, which will guarantee the continuation of launch activity, which is sometimes should or is a problem with this type of project or program. When we talk about GeoBiz, progress start last year, or we can say in February this year. We had in May first online meeting, September 2nd was the second project progress meeting in Zagreb, also online, and we have a lot of things to do, and we have more 2 years in front of us. This is just a picture from first progress meeting in Novi Sad, and more about this project we can find on this website and in newsletter, which can find also on this website. I think this is all presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Emina, for presenting your project case, which was very interesting and in a very special area. We have a question, we still have time for questions. We have quite a long question, so I will need some time to read it first. So maybe we will continue with the presentation. Meanwhile, I will read the comments and questions, and then I will be more prepared to give comments to the audience. So our next speaker is coming from Norway, from Norwegian University of Life Sciences. And he will present about water harmony, harmonizing water-related education and developing research partnerships across the globe. So I would like to invite Professor Hasharat Navira, who is also my colleague from the university. Hasha, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's nice to have this opportunity again to meet. I have met some of you before. So I'm going to take you through the journey that where we are today and how we have developed our activities during the last 9 years. Sakar, I'm going to use my screen. Or yeah. Okay. So yeah, just a minute now. Share screen. Okay, I hope you can see my screen now. Yeah. Okay, right. So it's the thought is called as water harmony. It started like harmonizing the water-related education and developing research partnerships in few countries, and then it was developed to a network across the globe. So this was developed from almost nothing to 60 universities from over 38 countries now since 2012, since I have moved to this university. So I will go through the need and potential, start and the expansion of this network, strengths and advantages, challenges and threats, and some ideas about the way forward. So need and potential. So let's say that you are starting in a new university, or even that you want to do some changes. There are so many paths to choose from. If you are working for a university, because in universities we have quite a lot of freedom. So we can focus on teaching. We can focus on consultancy. If you want to earn some money, you can work with private companies. We can also use our time to make ourselves and our group more visible. We could engage in cutting edge research. We could engage in serving national needs, going to work with national organization. We can establish collaborating networks. We'll use our time to establish broader networks, work for a worthy cause, like Water for All, or giving a hand to colleagues, for example, from other countries. So in this case, the former Soviet countries who are going through a very hard time because of economical, logistical, administrative situations, and personal preferences and reasons. So there are a lot of things, and then you have to choose from that and to show this, the why we have chosen what we have chosen. I also would like to give you the historical background so that you would understand why it was developed like this is today. I was born in Sri Lanka and lived there for 18 years. And after that, I came to Soviet Union in Kiev, 1980. I lived there for 7 years to do my master's. And at that time, I learned Russian. And after that, I came to Norway to do my PhD in 1987. So before coming to the university, I worked at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research for 20 years. My main job was coordinating international projects, which has given an interest and insight to the international projects. So I have been working mainly with projects in China and Sri Lanka since 1996. And then I started at this university in 2012 on full time. So the story begins like this. So when I knew that I'm starting at the university, I knew this about, let's say, 7-8 months before I started at this university. And then I wanted to establish some international projects. So I started some bilateral discussions with my former university in Ukraine, as shown in this point, in this first top picture. And this led to the first project, a collaboration with Eurasian countries, Ukraine, Moldova, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and Norway. It's a fairly big project for a university at that time. And then later, when it's over, we got another continuation, which is still active. We applied for an Erasmus CBHE project, quite similar to the one that we are involved now in SWARM. And then we also applied for projects in Asia and Africa, 4 countries in Africa, 4 countries in Asia. And then we start working with US, Canada, Japan, and China, this way. So this has gradually grown into where we are today. So this huge network of more than 60 universities from 38 countries. Most of the projects, or I think all the partners are involved here from the projects we are coordinating or leading, apart from SWARM. So SWARM is also, SWARM is also a partner on this network. So right now we have a number of active projects, new 2 CBHE Erasmus project, Research Council projects, and EU projects. So it's quite a lot going on. Some of the tips about how to start and how to proceed is that the first thing is to go for the low-hanging fruits. When I started at this university, if I was trying to get EU projects, FP7 or Horizon 2020, I think I would have been disappointed because it is not easy to get these type of projects. You have to start with the smaller projects so that you build your confidence, and then you start to make yourself visible in the national arena and also internationally. So what we did was that we offered ourselves to be in board positions, management positions in various Norwegian organizations, water organizations, environmental organizations. And after that, we were also invited to be in the international organization. It is not enough to go for the low-hanging fruits or just to deal with education if you want to survive in the European Union research arena, right? So there are two things that you need to have. That's the publishing in high-end research journals, and also you need to have a high record of publishing. And then you also have to have some high-end R&D. So if you have an ambition to build your career and your team's career, you have to go more along that. So this was the way that we did exactly. So there are some strengths and advantages in this process. So you have probably noticed that some of the research groups, they always get invited to proposal consortiums, right? So, and also it's kind of a, you can also see that there's also almost like a cigar club or a group of, I wouldn't call it as a mafia, but it's a kind of a team of people. They got together, and they are the people that who are quite involved in drafting the Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe proposals. They get access to this material before anyone else does, so to say, and they already build their consortiums before even the call is announced, and they invited people whom they know. And to you, it's a benefit to come there. And how do you get in there? You have to make yourself visible. The start is very difficult, and you feel that you are not capable of doing that. You are so small, and you are not confident, and no one knows you. But with time, the things will change. The project references give very good score in the proposals, because we can refer to, we had so many projects, we have so many collaborations, so many good success, that counts. And then after that, after some time, you come to a situation where you can finally choose from the best options to proceed. And you will be working with a team of colleagues who are highly professional, highly knowledgeable, capable, and even influential, both in national and international arena. Another thing is that when you are working with several projects, is that it gives a unique possibility to compare and to learn from different projects and different project teams. So which makes us better and more competitive all the time. But these benefits, they are not only for you. So international students, when we design our projects, we create in such a way that international students visit our university, and we have a summer school, and it was held for the 9th time. Of course, this summer it was a digital one. Otherwise, we had students, 25 to 85 students coming to Norway for 3 weeks, and we showed them Norway, not only our educational part, science and technology, but also we showed them Norway, and we took them to Spitsbergen for one team. And in 2019, the team of SWARM staff members were also involved here in one of the conferences. And our students, the Norwegian students, they get fellowships to other universities through these projects. So our students, they have been to Asian, African, Eastern European, and US and Japanese, Canadian universities. It gives it makes our university and our research team, our education part more attractive. And it is easy to organize visiting fellowships for postdocs. So our colleague Zakar was in Korea for a few months, for 1 or 2 months, and he has visited many of these US and Canadian and Chinese universities. And if you have the possibility to take sabbatical to build your network further, these projects will also help you. So I had my sabbatical in 2018, and I visited like 5-6 of these universities. But this is not without challenges and difficulties and threats. So one thing is that it will never be an 8 to 4 job. So if you are for any reason not keen on working more than what you are really get paid for, these 8 hours during the week, so then I think this is going to be a difficult task, because this is not for those actually who are looking for strictly, restricted time frame. So I can talk myself and Zakar. We have used many evenings, weekends, and even nights to get these projects, manage these projects, report them, and get the network running. We should not forget that teaching is our main job. When we have this project, it's easy to get carried away with, the project meetings, project activities. There's numerous ways that you start thinking that they are more interesting or cool than teaching. But you have to find the balance, right? And then the more you have projects, the more you become hungry for new projects, because you see the positive things and what these projects give, not only the financial freedom, but many other things. So the enormous amount of work, that's the project management. And some of these projects are really, some grant organizations are demanding so much work. And I'm really impressed what Milan is doing. So what Milan is doing, so we could not do that in our Erasmus project, which was finished in 2018. And we were not so careful, and this was our first Erasmus project, and we were not so careful with our, the formalities, collection of documentation. And the result was, at the end, that was a 1.3 million project. And the commission said, no, we are going to keep 350,000 euros of that grant, because we were not good enough to document everything. So after that, we had to use a lot of energy to argue, justify things. And luckily, commission finally said that, okay, we are going to keep only 30,000 euros, which you could afford to lose, because we had a budget allocated for that. So we should not take the project management lightly. So that's why I really appreciate what Milan and team is doing, although you might put a question saying, why do we have to keep the boarding cards? Or why do we have to document everything with signatures? But there is a reason to that. And scientific management, it takes time. That is probably should be the main task of our work as staff members coming from an academic part, but it takes a lot of time, and unless we have someone to do the project management, accounts, and all the logistic parts, the scientific management is the part that is going to suffer in our projects. It takes a lot of time. Accounts, our universities have our own accounting system, but none of these systems match, or they produce reports in the format which the EU or even Norwegian grant organizations are providing. So we have to do parallel accounting, or the shadow accounting. And the university is not providing any funding for that. So we have to allocate funding from our projects, and we have to find people to do that. Networking. Well, for some of the universities, maybe we are among the 2 or 3 international universities or partners they are working with. But for us, as I said, they are among the 50, 60 other partners. But there's a mismatch of expectation. So in the reality, we have no possibility to visit, for example, each of these university every year. But a university which has only 1 or 2 international partners like that, and they are certainly expecting us to have a closer collaboration. Of course, there are conflicts. There's no place without conflicts, the personal conflicts, and these conflicts are not visible always. And when we understand the conflicts, and I'm not talking about the conflicts between ourselves and other universities, and mainly the internal conflicts. So when we see that the progress is slowing down and the enthusiasm is not there, then we start to suspect that there could be some internal conflicts. But unfortunately, it takes time to understand these conflicts and to get to know and also we can't involve in everything either. And the students, it's really fun to work with students and really giving, but it takes a lot of energy. And the final slide is about the way forward. So this is our experience. So it's very important to build a group with strong and dedicated members you can trust. So in our team, I started with working with postdocs, and then I found an exemplary postdoc. That's Sakar. You know how efficient he is. So now he has become an associate professor at our university. So hopefully he's going to be here for forever. And then at the beginning we had a secretary who was dealing both with the scientific part and administrative part. But now we have administrative secretaries, and we also actively use PhD students to work in our projects and master's students. And it's also important to find a colleague who can take over you when the time is approaching. So I was working for 10 years and Sakar was with me for 5 years. And now it is time for me to see, I am focusing something else and Sakar can take over. So there should be a flowing leadership in the system. Finally, the social networking is crucial. So especially when you can't compete with the financial benefits from other projects. So when the consulting companies are providing, sometimes they can offer you $100, $200 per hour. How can you get some of the leading staff members for a meeting to offer 2 or 3 days or 4 days? Because our projects don't give anything, like financially, right? Give a nice dinner and maybe a nice wine. So the important thing is to build a social network. So what worked for us is a social network. So whenever we ask for a meeting, suggest for a meeting, everyone comes. And when we are not doing it, they are asking, why are we not meeting? When are we going to meet? So some of our colleagues have said that we used to meet more often than their own relatives. So that's the network that we have built. And that's what is going to stay even after the completion of our project, because it's not dependent on money. So, and we will not get everything good and gold from the start. There will be many failures, but you have to understand that the failures are the pillars of success. And if you want to know more about this, please visit this webpage, Water Harmony Net. And thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harsha, for inspiring presentation and also very nice takeaways. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is coming from the Netherlands, but actually presenting organization in Brussels. Our next speaker is Naomi Tima, and she's a leader of the Human Capital Working Group of the Water Europe platform. And Naomi will present about towards human capital agenda for the European water sector. Naomi, you can share your screen.
Is my screen sharing?
Yeah, can you make it full screen? Just start the presentation with F5 or pressing that small button, present full screen.
The Zoom directly here in front of it.
Now it's perfect.
Perfect. Good to see you all, and thank you so much for inviting me. I'm Naomi Timmer. I'm the leader of the working group on human capital from Water Europe. Water Europe is a network organization of research institutes, industry, consultancies, whoever is involved in the water and wants to contribute to a water smart society. And we are member as European Junior Water Program, which is also a program that has been set up with Water Europe as well from our company H2O People. And I'm going to present today a combination of projects we are running towards a human capital agenda for the water sector. And those initiatives come from Water Europe and the European Junior Water Program, and also the both partners are involved in an Erasmus Plus project for a skills alliance for industrial symbiosis, which is trying to create a cross-sectoral blueprint for sustainable process industry. And we try to get across also their the water efficiency and the value of water in that count and the training for it. So for just a short idea of what Water Europe is, it's a voice and a promoter of water-related research and development in the water and innovation in the water sector in Europe. And it's existed from the European Technology Platform for Water and changed itself into Water Europe last year to create a bigger voice into the European water market and the European institutions as well. They try to improve and coordinate collaborations in the water sector, and by that enhancing the performance of the European water sector and its societal challenges. We create we advocate for the value of water and the service to their members. Well, this is what they call the Water Smart Society. So I'm a member and an ambassador for Water Europe as working group leader, and try also to support in my own work to get as many people on board to create this Water Smart Society with us. The Water Europe does it through collaboration programs, advocacy at the European Commission, and the market program, where they try and support collaborations on consortia for new projects and new calls. So that might be a very good introduction to get yourself into project and calls as well. Last year we started a human capital working group. Why did we do that? Water Europe was very involved in technical innovation and the support of it. And by coming up, the agenda of the human factor is becoming more and more important in the development of the water sector, but also in the challenges of the world today. We already talked today about risk and natural risks and natural disasters. We're talking about climate change, new technologies and data. It's all there, but it's our own human connection and the inabilities to cope with it and to be resilient and to take it on and the challenge and the complexities to move forward. So to create innovation, we shouldn't forget the social innovation part as well. And we need to train and educate ourselves and need to find new ways to collaborate and work together. What are the ideas of the water sector is at the moment we're all still working in silos, all on our own expertise, and we talk a lot with the people in the same expertise. Breaking the boundaries towards new sectors, towards new people, maybe also diverse backgrounds, and encourage them to come and work with us with different kind of background, different kind of trainings. That's something we need to start working on as a water sector as a whole. And that also creates that we are low on the policy agenda. It's getting better a bit at the European level, but also if you read the Green Deal and you talk to the European Commission, they say water is everywhere in the Green Deal. If you talk to people assessing that and you look for the word water in the Green Deal, you will find out that it's not really in there. So you need to find for it, you need to sort your way, and while doing that together and using also the talents of other organizations, that helps you to create new opportunities as well and to get it higher up on the agenda. The challenge is also for the water sector in general, speaking for all over Europe, usually they're small and fragmented organizations, and we are not really popular with young people to start working in it, and we need to change that, especially if you are looking to the challenges of the future. Water will be one of the major drivers geopolitically, but also on local level. So we need talented new personnel, and we need also the ability to keep and train personnel in the sector and in our institutes as well. Why is there a lack of employer branding? First of all, most of the time it's quite technical, our trainings, but also it has to do a lot with that it is also always included in a public sphere, which creates that the amount of competition on money is a bit difficult with other sectors. And it's quite unknown. Although we all use water constantly, we forget we can also work in it. So we need to do something about that. And that's what we try to do with the Working Group Human Capital, to join forces with the research institutes, the consultancies, the water users, everyone, to find out what is needed and how can we deal with it. So we want to create more insight and support collaboration programs that are already there. Not always create something new, completely new, but we can build upon all the things that are already there and accelerate and support it, and connect the networks to make sure that we will be able to do that. Sakar just joined as a co-leader in the working group, so I'm really grateful because this is his work, this nice graph. He tried to visualize the human capital agenda and what is needed for it. So we're working on that gaps analysis, and we started working on that last year with the European Junior Water Programme. It's a leadership program of 2 years of people from all these different parts of the water sector. So academia, consultancies, authorities. It doesn't really matter what kind of background, and they come together to train themselves for 2 years. And besides personal and leadership skills trainings, they also work on projects. Since I just became a working group leader, I gave them the first assignment for Water Europe to start this gaps analysis on human capital in the water sector. And they did a first kind of research. This is who they are. They are from 8 different countries from all over Europe originally. They work at the moment in 6 different countries, and they have backgrounds as lecturer or as business analyst or as hydrologist at utilities, research institutes and consultancies. Those are the backgrounds of the participants, at least the companies behind it, and they've worked on it from June to September 2019. And they've already tried to get a bit of an overview, first of all, to grasp the idea of human capital in the first place. What is it and what should we do with it as water sector? How do we define it? And they created the 4 categories in which they have done their research as a general kind of the blueprint policy part, education, demography, and indirect investments. They did a consultation with all the members of Water Europe to check if there was even a human capital policy available for their organization. And 50% of the respondents said there's not such a thing within their organization that thinks about human capital. And for example, who will be follow up the next one? How do you share knowledge? How do you create new knowledge? But also how do you create diverse teams, etc. Well, you see the respondents per country, and what if there's something as a human capital policy, they really focus on transfer of knowledge. Well, that wasn't a really big surprise, because if we all know the water sector, and from a research background, you can find out that knowledge transfer is very high up on the agenda. Skills and personal development training, 21st century skills, how are we dealing with our work? That's still very limited, and just as also focusing on indirect investments. Looking at education, water is mainly intertwined with all different kind of topics, and there's a large diversity of skills needed. So focusing on one specialization isn't going to bring us anything. We need to think in the complexity of the system. And then in the water sector, they really focus on water in the nexus. So also on energy, food, and ecosystem supplies and soil. You can also develop different kind of levels, for example, in education, if you're working on knowledge transfer on local, regional, national, European, or international level. Well, we have seen it this morning as well. There are many different kind of programs to become active in. They created also a best practice. For example, here in the Netherlands, where I'm coming from, you have the National Water Trainee Program. That is a program for people just finishing their studies and starting to work in the sector. And we still guide them for 2 years with personal development and knowledge transfer projects when starting, to share as much as knowledge and to support their learning and lifelong learning mindset for the rest of their career. If we look into demography of the water sector as well, they really, if they're looking at it, the water sector is looking at different kind of skills. The age is becoming also a bit of an issue, because most organizations in the European water sector have quite an old demography. So getting young people in is getting up higher on the agenda. The gender issue, well, is also a thing. They're really supportive of also inviting more females into the water sector, because that's mainly the topic. And also a more diverse background from cultures is also a big thing in the European water sector. It's still, to make it really blunt, an old white guys network that comes together and don't really take into account certain other backgrounds and perspectives to become to new solutions and innovations. And they've selected the EU Prize for Women Innovators as a best practice on EU level. To consider the indirect investment for the water sector, really focused on awareness raising and elections. Some water organizations are involved or are elected in certain countries, and awareness raising programs are becoming more and more popular to also support the human capital development as well. their best practice pick was World Water Day, the 22nd of March, and it becomes bigger and bigger each year. So we really try to support it as well. Doing this research and trying to get a blueprint for the human capital for the water sector, we also got across the Erasmus Plus call, where we were asked to support Spire, which is an already existing network, in their search for a cross-sectoral blueprint on sustainable process industry. And they're looking for how to support industrial symbiosis and energy efficiency with educational programs and a change of way of working together. And we are indeed, well, partner in the program now. We've just started. In February, we had a kickoff meeting, and we are starting to get into the network as well. We are really focusing on the importance of soft skills and a very holistic approach towards human capital development and social innovation. And we support that with, as a result, we hope in 4 years to create a new network of human capital, new training programs, as well as on the FET system around Europe, so really on skills development, but also to gain more programs that combine soft skills and 21st century skills with these kind of programs to support the flexibility and the resilience of the sector in general. So combining all these three elements, the European Junior Water Programme supports young professionals to really get into these programs. They are also now, one group of their participants just launched last week. I involved them in working for the Spire Says Erasmus Plus program. So I involved them in the work as well with their different backgrounds. We involved them in the work for the Human Capital Working Group. And with that, we create new collaborations, hopefully for new Erasmus Plus programs. With the working group, we are also looking forward of maybe proposing a call to create a blueprint for the water sector. And yeah, we hope to improve and support also all the initiatives that are already there. Yeah, that was it. And
thank you very much, Naomi. Excellent presentation from the Water Europe of all the nice initiatives happening. We haven't received any questions so far to any panelists, or those questions which we had from previous sessions. They were answered online in the Q&A box, so you can read answers there. So we can conclude this first session of the webinar, and we can take a break until 11:15, and then we will reconvene for the second session, which is about achieving synergy with non-academic sector. So thanks to all the presenters, and thank you to all the attendees, and hope to see you in 15 minutes, yeah, with the same length of the list of attendees in our webinar. See you soon.
See you.
See you, bye.
Later we can. Welcome back from the break. I see we have 25 participants now, but the number is growing, so we can wait 1 more minute until everybody connects. Otherwise, we are ready to start our second session. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Olga Sanginova from Kyiv Polytechnic Institute in Ukraine. And Olga will present the case about synergy with non-academic sector from another Erasmus Plus project, which was called Erasmus Plus Water Harmony. That was the project about building experience of engagement with non-academic sector, both in Europe, Sri Lanka, and China. So Olga, you can share your screen. We don't see it yet.
Can you?
Not yet, no. So you need to click the, yeah, now it's coming. Fine. Could you please open the full screen? Or you can just press F5 or...
Yeah, I'm pressing, but...
Or you can press that small symbol down in the window near the scaling bar. There is a small presenting symbol.
Now I try again. Is it not full screen yet?
No, but you can give me control now. I can try to. Yeah, and I will give you control back now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the organizers of the webinar for their comprehensive support of this event. And I'd like to share some examples of engagement with non-academic sector in Europe, Sri Lanka, and China that we got in Water Harmony Erasmus Plus project. This project allows us to, using international experience in field of water resources, to involve an increasing number of participants, students, scientists, water professionals, and representative of environmental organizations and other public organizations. The project brought together 10 universities from 6 countries, and you can see them on this slide. And we all so different were united by water and got unique experience of integration of education, research, and entrepreneurship. And the Erasmus Plus program gave us a great opportunity to link the best education practice in Europe and Asia. This will also help to increase the quality of higher education, student mobility, increase the professional level of teaching staff. Project ended 2 years ago, but we still keep in touch, and Professor Harsha mentioned that now we established several new projects and we continue to our work. Okay. According to the project structure, the activities have been organized in 5 work packages. First of them, needs analysis at target university has been performed, and the best practices in teaching has been identified. Then general curricula for 6 water-related subjects have been developed and follow-up actions identified. Within the scope of the development package, common curricula and teaching material for 6 subjects and 3 laboratory courses were developed. And in addition, e-learning courses for all these subjects have been launched. We also proud that the laboratory facilities in 7 partnered universities were supplemented with equipment necessary for laboratory courses. Each partners can purchase equipment for 40,000 euros. And for example, for Ukraine, we receive 120 euros to purchase 1,000 euros, so to purchase the equipment. Then the mechanism for university enterprise collaboration has been established and implemented. And in the next package, quality assessment, the quality assurance procedures in the target university of the partners were carried out, and best practices has been identified and assessment of the quality of courses developed. New teaching materials were tested by students, and in addition to assessing the results of the project, water professionals from the WASO project, it's also water project, are involved. Then the strategy for project results dissemination has been developed and implemented, and management of the whole project were carried out by our Norwegian colleagues. And then already at the stage of need analysis, we fixed weak links with the industry in some countries, such as Ukraine and Sri Lanka. In other countries, for example, in China, we discovered the communication with industry is quite close, but non-government organizations are not engaged into water-related education. So we created a plan how to link the water sector, education and society, and how to increase number of contract research agreements with the water sector or organization, how to increase the student placements at the enterprises and so on. And then we developed mechanism how to initiate and improve collaboration with enterprises. And approbation of this cooperation with enterprises had been carried out, and this staff, I mean teaching staff, took part in seminars on entrepreneurship and innovation introduced, and it was introduced as a tool for financial stability of teaching and research. How we engage with non-academic sector? We just participate in as many professional events as we could. Each project meeting we combined with appropriate event in host country. For example, in Ukraine, we organized the joint workshop with WaterNet, non-government organization. We also took part in water-related conference in Sri Lanka. We joined the Wasserberlin International, its trade fair. So it's only few examples of we took. Here you can see several examples of such events. There is professional exhibition in Ukraine, then WASO in Berlin. We also always share our experience on scientific conference, and even at the meeting with the schools, we described and say at least few words about our project. So it outstretched through the workshop and seminars, and they played a role of professional forum with face-to-face meeting leader, and new professional connections and initiative were established. And what results we achieved by the project? You can see here only a few examples. For example, Chinese university reported more than 10 agreements signed with enterprises and non-government organizations. And this is several Shandong Society of Environmental Science, Shandong Environmental Protection Industry Association, and so on. Here in Ukraine, we initiated and maintained in future collaboration with non-government organizations. You can see their names. It's NGO WaterNet, Mama 86, and Water Information Center. And also we have a very interesting experience in Sri Lanka. They received a reverse osmosis plant is being used for study research-based education. And on this slide, you can see some unexpected outcomes. we call them spin-off effects, that were, however, consequences of our effort during the project. By the end of the project, we jointly organized another research workshop and look at the new topic, cybersecurity in water. We also organized with Ukrainian partners some water workshop in cooperation with non-government organization Water Networks. And I also mentioned this, the experience in Sri Lanka. So the small communities in Sri Lanka got additional benefits by using these plants, both for students and for the population of these communities. And it was really great example. But I mentioned already that project, we feel that we still continue a project, and what we can see, 2 years pass after the project finished, but our graduates now works at senior positions. They can reach them for 2 years. For example, our Ukrainian students are winner of different scientific competitions, and project partners organize joint professional events with the participations of students and employees. And also, and we're really proud of this aspect, that Ukrainian Association of Chemists start to collaborate with our university to develop new professional standards. So we implanting the philosophy of sustainable development in terms of scientific and practical aspects in the university, and we integrate the knowledge into other areas through our graduates, into production, into society. We believe that we influence the politics and involve more and more participants. So this all we could do thanks to the Water Harmony project. And today you could see, and you already seen the many similar examples and managed to share your experience. Maybe some could start to your own success stories. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Olga, for nice presentation of your case study from the Water Harmony project. And we still can receive questions. So if anyone has questions, you can write the questions in the Q&A box using the button in the Zoom window. And we are ready to proceed to the next presenter, who is coming from Western Norway, from the city of Bergen. So I'd like to invite Tore Setesdal from the University of Bergen to present about WASA project, Water Society and Climate Change, and to speak about interaction with non-academic sector in Sub-Saharan Africa and South Africa. Tore? Yeah, full screen now. Are you unmuted?
I'm muted, so now.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Yes, great.
Yeah. So hello everyone, I'm Tore Setesdal. I'm from the University of Bergen, which is on, as Sakal said, on the west coast of Norway, in the city of Bergen. I was asked to say something about a project that we have had now for about 5.5 years, called Water and Society, Building Capacity in Research and Education. And it was mentioned briefly by Professor Harsha earlier today. It's funded by the Norwegian Collaboration for Development, NORAD, under a program called NORHEAD, build a capacity building project for, or capacity building program for higher education in low and middle income countries, and in collaboration with Norwegian institutions. So in this case, it's actually two projects. And together with Harsha, we developed this in 2013. We developed first a project application for Africa with 4 African institutions involved: Makerere University in Uganda, Nairobi in Kenya, Juba in South Sudan, and Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And why these universities, I'll come back to, but we had a long history of collaborating with them. And Harsha was working with our university in something called the Nile Basin Research Program since 2005, where he was in the steering committee for that program. So the people that we now chose to work with, we had a long history of collaboration, which was important, I think, for why we picked them. And then there was some disciplinary thinking around it. I'll come back to that. And then we wrote an exactly similar project proposal for Asia. So I'm basing it again on someone that Harsha knew very well, University of Petra in Sri Lanka, and we included University of Jaffna, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, and Institute of Technology in Cambodia. And again, there was some holistic thinking about the whole umbrella of the Water and Society program. And we wanted to link Africa and Asia. On the Norwegian side, it was University of Southeast Norway, was Norwegian University of Life Sciences, where Professor Harsha has been based, or is based, and then University of Bergen. Period up till the end of this year, and the total application was 40 million Norwegian kroner. And the concept here was cross-disciplinary approaches to institutional capacity building. So we wanted to link the 2 continents. And this may sound very strange in this day and age, but there's very little collaboration between African universities and Asian universities, except for China now. But that's a relatively new thing. There's been quite a lot of collaboration between South African institutions and Indian institutions because of the large Indian population in South Africa. But if you go north in Africa to Central Africa, there's been little collaboration. So we were aware of that. And my university has been collaborating with East African universities for at least 40 years. We have very long collaborations with large old institutions like Makerere University in Uganda, with Addis Ababa University and Dar es Salaam University and so on. So it's been a long, long history of collaboration here. And we were also acutely aware that there were very little connection with Asian partners. We wanted to concentrate on research in water sector, but we also wanted to collaborate with other partners, and primarily with political and policy making organizations. So local organizations on water, river and lake basin management were important for us. And of course, both Harsha and myself, we had this long collaboration with large UN organizations working on the River Nile from this Nile Basin research program, where we worked for a long time with something called Nile Basin Initiative, which is a UN organization set up with a headquarters in Entebbe in Uganda. We wanted to look at lessons learned. We wanted to increase South-South collaboration. And we wanted to look at this in 3 levels: the institutional level, which wanted to promote South-South partnership. We wanted to look at quality assurance. We wanted to look at research traditions. What can we learn from each other? How can we build the institution by linking it internationally to other strong institutes around the world, not only in the country where the institution is based? we wanted to look at the internal factors in the organization of and build a better organization within the university. Look at curricular programs. We want to look at development of new curriculums and new teaching programs, both master and PhD. Not least wanted we to look at supervision. We know that the supervision is, and the PhD drive through. How can we drive the students through in 3 years and make them complete? From my own experience in many African universities, PhD students tend to take much longer time than planned for. And this has to do with supervision, it has to do with the manpower situation in the universities and of course the increasing numbers of students. We wanted to look at the capacity to take on research and how can an organization both attend to the increasing number of students, but also do good research, and how can they link with other organizations. And we want to build individual skills, research skill, scholarships, international exposure, bring in scholarships to bring students and postdocs to Norway for periods, to arrange summer schools, to start to build an international sort of environment where the students can be exposed to other students from all over the world. And we have done that through summer schools in Norway. Every year, every June, both postdocs and master and PhD students have come to Norway in large numbers to take part in summer schools arranged by the 3 participating Norwegian universities in collaboration. And here in Bergen, we have had postdocs and colleagues coming over for a month of research day at our university, while masters and PhD students have also gone to Norwegian University for Life Sciences at Ås, where Hochschild and Sakharov is based, and taken part of the excellent summer schools that they offer for students, mixing the various projects that they are involved in, mixing students from the Water Harmony Project with the Vaso students and so on. And I think it's been a very great exposure for these students. So the ambitions of the project was to build institutional capacity to supervise and teach and do research. And of course, there's nothing very original in such an ambition, but we know that this is what the universities are struggling with today. And we wanted to build better research through masters and PhD research. How can we improve the supervision so that the research that's done there is both useful, have relevance, but it also increases the quality of both supervision and the research. And we wanted to expose universities to larger and stronger internationalization, to build those collaborative networks from Africa to Asia to Norway. And of course, this is the challenge, isn't it? In many universities. This picture I took myself during a lecture I gave at Macquarie University. And you see the number of students. And of course, for many universities now, the reality is that the intake of students is far greater than the resources and the infrastructure at the university is prepared for. The governments want to press the universities to take on more students. And how can any lecturer that gives lectures in such large classes and have to prepare exams, have to prepare tuition, how does that person also have time for research? So we think there are some things that are needed in 2020. And one of them is international collaboration. We think it is these projects that we are all involved in are incredibly relevant for the university, and especially we think now during this pandemic period. I think that's been testing us. I think very few of us saw a pandemic of this catastrophic size coming. At least I didn't. I've written so many risk assessments for applications, but the word pandemic has rarely been mentioned. So I think international collaborations enable the universities to be stronger, to also be stronger in unprecedented situations like the one we are standing in now. And I think there is also the threat, that very real threat, that this will not be the only pandemic that will come around. Others will be coming as well. So we need international collaboration to strengthen universities, to strengthen the network of the students. And I think it's incredibly important that such collaborations and such networks are built. Cross-disciplinary approaches. How can we approach the SDGs, the Agenda 2030, without thinking cross-disciplinary? I think that's very important. And that was behind the philosophy behind how we built the Basel project. We looked at our former partners and we looked at what are their disciplinary strengths here, because to do good cross-disciplinary research, we believe very strongly that you have to have good disciplinary research as a platform. So we looked at strong social science disciplines. We looked at strong engineering. I'm myself a social scientist. We looked at strong engineering. We looked at strong meteorology, like University of Nairobi, with our partner there, Professor Mutua, who's leading one of the leading departments in meteorology and climate change approaches, climate change mitigations, one of the leading departments in Africa. We wanted the disciplinary excellence in all these parts when we picked our universities. And then there are some universities like Juba, like Cambodia, that are in this program because we feel that the other universities have strengths that could help that university that came from a very fragile background, could help that to grow. And we wanted collaborative educational programs that worked across disciplines, across nations, across borders. We wanted efficient and joint supervision of master and PhD. I think it's incredibly important to improve the supervision. We wanted a project that could look at online resources, and especially again now in this pandemic situations, that's the resources that we are using, even here based locally when we are sitting in our home offices and trying to plan for teaching courses that we are all involved in. What kind of harmonization of education, harmonizations of exams is a dream, and we have it in Europe, but in the rest of the world it's very far from reality. But again, the social aspects is of course important, and we have had several large project meetings where we have mapped out for colleagues from universities, but also inviting in the other sectors, industry, private sector, policy makers, organizations, and so on. And relevance. Networks have to have relevance. What are the things, how can we come in and advise governments in a sensible way? And one of the big challenges in the region of East Africa today, and for peaceful development, the water sector between countries, is of course the building of the large dam in Ethiopia on the Blue Nile. But that's another talk and another seminar, I guess. So Sakar, thank you very much. And again, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this.
Thank you, Ture, for a nice presentation. I would like to invite Zachar Malecki from the Norwegian University of Life Sciences to present advancing electrochemical processes for water safety and circularity Achieved through cross-border Living Lab between Norway, USA, and Canada.
Thanks, Milan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, and you can see my full screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks. But I'm not actually going to speak a lot about the subject of this project for electrochemical processes for water safety and circularity, but I want to share the practice of building this type of collaborations, which strongly involves different types of players or stakeholders, not only academic, but also industry and non-governmental sector. So when we were starting this, it's a relatively small project. So it's comparing with the previous one, which Ture just presented to you. It's a huge project between Asia and Africa and $8 million. This is a very small project. This is just between 3 universities, 1 university from each country, Norway, US, and Canada, and very small budget. I will show later. But why we were starting this project, why we have actually decided to do this kind of development? Well, we had 3 main motivation points. So the first one was to increase relevance of our water-related education in our universities and make it more relevant and coherent to real-world issues, real problems existing in the industry and in the world around. Second, to promote research-based education for our master's students, to give them orientation for research-based projects from the very beginning of their master studies. And third, to support and facilitate collaboration between academia, industry, and facilitate knowledge transfer, not only between universities and industrial partners in our own countries, but also try to go beyond the borders and build something, some kind of exchange between our 3 countries. Well, when we were starting this with our small team, initiative team between 3 universities, we were actually thinking, how can we work together? Because we are 3 universities, as you can see in this map, quite in a distance between Norway, Columbia University in New York, and then Calgary, University of Calgary in Canada, in different time zones in different parts of the world, and so on. So we were looking for a creative approach to organize this project, and that's where we decided to run it on a project methodology which is called Living Lab. The Living Lab is a sort of user-centered and open innovation approach where we bring researchers and innovators into real-life settings, real-life problems, and trying to produce some educational materials, to give some educational courses, and also to do some small research projects orienting on the real tasks. So that's a sort of platform where companies, researchers, users, end users, and public organizations can meet. It's a very practice-driven approach. So from the very beginning, from the early stages of functioning in this project, we actually ask our industrial partners about what is their needs, what is actually happening in the industry, and what kind of problems we should put under our focus, under focus of our courses, but also under focus of master research projects. It's also an approach which facilitates and fosters open and collaborative innovation, which means that we bring to this project not just one and single industrial partner who is keen to lock and keep IP within his company and within this project, but we say that we will bring several companies. They might be even competitors in the water industry. They are from 3 different countries, but they make themselves open in the frame of this project to produce something innovative, something which can be useful for their business as well. And third, real life environments where we can do the experiments and where we can actually do experiments together with the company. So it's let's say this is the mix of end users, the open innovation approach, and real life environment. This approach is not new. We haven't invented that. It has couple of years of experience, and you can go online to the organization which is called ENOL, the European Network of Living Labs, and you will find that they have recognized nearly 400 living labs from around the world, and this was developing for a couple of years. They are distributed within Europe, North America, Asia, and Africa. So this kind of projects already exist. And what we actually did, we just learned the methodology used in different projects. We learned their best practices and try to apply in this project. So we decided to start in a very small scale, or very small scale of the project, with a seed project, which we can use to plan and design the concept for future development. So generally, if you look into this picture on the top of the slide, you can see that normal Living Lab project has several conceptual stages: planning, concept design, prototype design, pre-launch, launch, and commercialization, and so on. So we decided to focus on good planning and concept design of something which we can take further to the next stages. This is the consortium which we have built. So you can see the core of the consortium. We have 3 universities: our university and NMBU from Norway, Columbia University from US, and University of Calgary from Canada. And the condition was that each university brings at least one business, at least one industrial partner or a company to the consortium. And the condition was that this industrial partner or this business partner, it should be really working partner. So we from the very beginning, we said that we are not involving companies or industries just to be present in our application so that we get funding, but because we expect real contributions. So if they commit to be in this project, they commit to be in the meetings, they commit to work with project materials, and they commit to receive students, and so on. So this was the condition of participation. And we found, you can see this 4 companies, 2 from Norway and 1 from US and 1 from Canada. And in the very beginning, we actually didn't have a clear understanding what kind of research we are going to produce. So this is actually an advantage of seed project, and this is advantage of Living Lab project. So we very roughly identified 3 pillars, or 3 subject pillars and knowledge pillars for each university, which we were trying to develop and investigate in this project, but we didn't promise any specific research. So just keeping in mind these 3 interests or 3 directions of focus, we ask ourselves how we can operationalize this. So the idea was to use this kind of collaboration as a seed to grow something bigger. As a seed, we used a very small funding from organization called CU in Norway. So you can see the budget of this project was just 30,000 euro. And this we used to strengthen our partnership. And what we promised to deliver, we promised to increase academic cooperation between our 3 universities, connections between research and education, and collaboration with enterprises, and increase student mobility. So actually from the beginning, we didn't know what can grow from this project, what kind of fruit we can grasp, what kind of result we can achieve. Is it going to be something useful, or is it going to be something less useful but more theoretical, or what kind of outcome? So how we operationalize this, how we make this project run. So first, I think the main key of success was to have face-to-face workshops with the industry. So you can see 3 pictures here. We had 3 workshops in Oslo, in New York, and Boston, in the US, and in Calgary. And for each of these workshops, we invited local industrial partners in the country which was hosting. And these people, they came with certain tasks. They came as problem owners. So they presented what kind of real life problems they face every day in their practice, and the problems that they know from the perspective of end user of technical solutions. So they actually gave sort of product development presentations in their companies. And focusing on those presentations and keeping in mind our technical focus of each university in this project, we try to elaborate and develop the technical concepts, which we can take further as a research project. So knowing that, we implemented student exchange, but not just student exchange for like a regular course study or some kind of cultural experience or knowledge experience stays, but with special missions. So all students who were involved in these projects, they had their own sub-projects or their own tasks. For example, 3 students which we had from Norwegian side, they had their master thesis, and they were developing topics relevant to this project, but also relevant to the industrial partners who gave this problematic to their master topics. Other students from Canadian and American partners, they had a special mission on writing scientific papers, so they were doing their research, both desktop and real experimental research to collect material for those papers. So we organized this student exchange in 3 stages. First, we did team landing in Norway, so we collected all students from all 3 universities here in Ås at an MDU, and they had some social experience and also participated in the summer school. And then we had 2 trainings, one more workshopping and theoretical training in Calgary, and second one more hands-on experience and experimental work in the Columbia University in New York. It was also important for us to present our research one to another, because we work in distance in 3 different universities, and we actually even don't present one to another that often. So we used opportunities of this project to make a joint conference session in the American Chemical Society symposium in Boston. And that's where we actually co-organized a special session on the topic of the project. And that was at least an opportunity to present own research from each university to each partner in this project. And in this way, better understand our research interests and find points where we can collaborate and where we can do something together in research. And also to publish these results to the public. So our partners edited this book, Multidisciplinary Advances in Efficient Separation Processes, and each of us contributed a chapter to the book, which was also disseminating the knowledge and the project to the wider public. We compiled the course from our joint materials because each of us has water-relevant courses in our universities. So all what we did, we collected lectures and laboratory practicums, which we think is useful to exchange in this project. That our laboratories in each university become aware of the practices and knowledge and instruments that other universities in the consortium use, and in this way we can be more, so to say, reproducible. So we can repeat the experiments which another laboratory is doing, and we can work on the distance in our research works. And of course, in this project and also in Warsaw, it was said, and Harsha mentioned this, and Olga mentioned in the Water Harmony Erasmus project, we make a big focus on building a team, because this is something that stays and that lives beyond the project lifetime, and that brings new opportunities. So this project, we also used several occasions to do team building, go to the mountains, mingle with students in Norway, or have some fun in Oslo, Calgary, and in New York. So social components here was quite strong, I would say. So what we have actually reached in our scientific concept development, as I mentioned, this table at the left, which is with 3 columns per each university, was elaborated and developed into more comprehensive understanding what kind of technical development, what kind of innovation we should work in the future. And you can see another table which was born as a result of this project and as a result of collaboration with industrial partners. We also used the outputs of this seed project to understand better what kind of activities we were interested to run. So we realized that we like to focus on have as core activities so-called research boot camps, when we collect students together in small groups in our universities for some periods of time, like 3 or 4 weeks or up to 2 months. And then we run this small research experimental works in each university. So having now more precise subject focus, having consortium and understanding how we can work together, what kind of activities were successful to organize, we packed new ideas into a new concept. And now distributed focus areas, technical research focuses into 3 specific pillars, and organized next phase in the between concept development and prototype design and of our living lab, and applied to next funding, which was in part program of Research Council, which is a program for international partnerships for excellence education, research and innovation, and got this project for another 3 years, from starting actually next month and to the October 2024. So in my opinion, this is a very good example how we grow in a relatively small project and small funding into a bigger piece of funding which can be used for more work together and doing more research and running activities for the next years. So main takeaways from this presentation, I think first that small projects, I agree with Harsha, by the way, that small projects are easy to start and to deliver. So it's very good to start a long journey into great collaboration. Creative collaborations are good drivers. So this project was not classically organized into work packages and running and delivering some reports and ticking the boxes like we do in several other projects, but it was more on building the environment and meeting each other and sitting at the same table and running the discussion, of course, in a facilitated way, but we never knew in which end we will arrive. Give space for initiatives. So in the middle of project, don't afraid of change. Everyone can change seat from passenger to driver, coordinate activity, or run the research as a principal investigator, and make change in the project is actually something good in such seed projects. Team is a key of success, and only because of team and team building activities, I think we got the next phase of the project. And fun is much more important than everything else. I think this collaboration was successful, and it is successful, and it will be successful only because we all enjoy of this process. That's it, Milan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Zahar. Next panelist is Barbara Karusha from the University of Rijeka. She will present Bring Adria project and achieve output and experience during realization of this project. Barbara?
Hello, can you see me? No, you cannot. But
no, we can
start
see
the video. You can see
now.
now.
It comes.
Okay, and I can share my presentation here. Sorry, just a minute. Not this one, but the PowerPoint.
It's coming.
It's coming, but it's the wrong one. I have to show you this one. Okay.
It's the wrong screen. We see.
Yeah. I have 2 screens. Display settings. All that I will be talking in the next few slides is here in this project output. So linking here, you can get, you can approach all the reports that were created within the project. So when we go to the technical work packages, the work package 4 was about water resources management, the transboundary context, so the cross-border context, where we tried to analyze how will the climate change impact the water quality in our area, and also how will it impact the water resources availability. So we did some and produced some common methodologies for determination of water availability in the future. We created some databases, and you can find all that on that web page. On the water resources quality, we also tried to make some common methodologies for estimation of land use impact on water quality, and make some common protocols for monitoring activities. At the end, so it was important to try to improve the water resources management in the area. So we did some common methodologies for water resources vulnerability, risk, hazard determination, some common methodology for delineation of water protection areas, and some joint proposal on measures for cross-border water resources protection and management in the Adriatic area. So here are some figures from this project. So we analyzed what will be the changes in available water resources, how can we improve the protection of water supply sources. So you can see, for example, here is the border between Croatia and Slovenia. So some sources that are used for drinking water purposes in the Croatian part have delineation zones for protection, but as you cross the border, there is nothing on the other side. So we're trying to improve this. And we're also trying to gather a lot of documents, legislation, protocols, and so on. In the work package 5, the stress was, the emphasis was on water supply systems. So we wanted to see what are the existing cross-border water supply systems. And here we are not only tackling the cross-border, meaning the border between countries, but also between regions. For example, Italy is a big country and they have big regions, and they have water supply systems going from one region to the other. So they have some problems also this regional scale. So we tried to see what are the existing cross-border water supply systems, what were cross-border water supply systems in the past, and what could be some possibilities to activate some new cross-border water supply systems. Here also part of the project was related to activities was related to defining some kind of water supply contract between countries or between regions and the water utilities on different parts of the border. Also how to define a pricing model if we are selling the water to, for example, Slovenia, and to water utility in Slovenia from Croatia, how can we define the price of this water. Also, there was a collection of legislation, standards, and so on within this work package. The work package 6 was based on pilot actions, investment, so a little bit less than 4 million euros was spent in investments. We had 11 pilot projects, 9 pilot areas, and here there were 3 different activities. One was how to decrease the water losses, how to improve the water quality and quantity, and one part of the pilot projects was regarding the seawater intrusion and how can we solve these kind of problems. So this was the structure of the technical work packages. And at the end, a few words about our experiences, what we have learned, what I have learned since I was one of work package, well, I was leading one work package. I learned actually that the partner structure is very important, and the consortium, as was already said by previous lecturers, usually starts based on some also previous connections and knowing other partners. The social component is very important. It is very important to have good communication. Communication through different formal meetings, but also communication based on one-to-one or using Skype or other tools to have online continuation in communication. What was something that I learned is that we have very different cultural backgrounds, and then we have to find a way to collaborate with different people, different how can I say, you just learn through the project who will send you the outputs in time and who will be a little bit late, and then you manage to push the activities in this way through the project. What was very important was to assure the sustainability after the project ending, and here the University of Ljubljana took care of our web page after the project finished. We had a lot of problems in project management because we had the problems with our online management tool, the progress report production about the administrative part of the project, and here we even didn't get all our spent money back. So project management, there were a lot of problems because the online software crashed after a few months of the project being implemented. So it was a long time that we could not get any refund of spent money. But at the end, the project finished. We managed to finish all activities and to produce all the outputs that were planned at the beginning. And at the end of this project, there was another project that started. It is a MUHA project, Multi-Hazard Framework for Related Risk Management, within the Adrian Interreg project, and a big part of the consortium still works within this project. So more or less, this is all I have prepared. If you have any additional questions, you can ask them through this online communication, but you can also use my email and we can make some one-on-one communication if somebody likes that.
Great. Thank you for a great presentation. It was very interesting to learn, and it was very visual, very well visualized. So we all felt involved in the project for these 15 minutes. And I would like to invite the next speaker, who is coming from the capital of Austria, from Vienna, from the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences. I would like to invite Michael Triethardt to present about SEDON2 project, Sediment Research and Management at the Danube River.
Thank you, Sakar. Well, in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to introduce you to a project which is currently still ongoing. It nears its end. However, it was extended for another 2 years, so it will be finished around 2022. Well, it's, again, the keyword was already said by Barbara. It's an Interreg project. Interreg funded, in this case, Austria-Hungarian joint project, funded by the European Union, especially by the European Regional Development Fund. You can see that it's having quite a large project budget, actually 10.7 million euros. Out of these, 7.5 million euros come from the funding of the ERDF fund, and around, well, 2.5 million come from then further, we have some in-kind cost payments as well. So like when personnel, which is not paid from the project, is cooperating here. Now, what is it all about? Well, the name derives from sediment at the Donau. Donau is the German name of the Danube River. It's about research and management, and the idea is essentially to devise a water management strategy, in this case between Austria and Hungary, but then it should also be extended further, to improve ecological status of the river, while at the same time making sure that we have all the flood risk management of the water bodies that we want and that we need in the upper and middle Danube. Sediments are playing an important role in this because they are typically well, under-researched, so to say, in our engineering practice. There is also a big portion going into an infrastructure project, and I will tell you a bit more about this. So we are building an hydraulic engineering lab in Vienna, which is considered to be an open research center, also a monitoring and modeling site. and especially it has a focus for disseminating our results to the public, but a bit more on that later. So you can see from the title, it's called SEDON2. So there was actually already a SEDON1 project, which was more or less the preparation of this project. You could also consider it like a smaller seeding project, even though I think it also had a budget of a few €100,000, but still compared to the sums we have here, this was a much smaller project. So the main idea, as I already mentioned, is to really improve knowledge and also knowledge transfer from science to river management. How we plan to do this, you will see in a moment. Main idea, of course, to set it up here within the Austrian-Hungarian Interreg project scheme is to exchange knowledge between Austria and Hungary. Well, the key outputs of that project, well, first of all, most of the money runs into this hydraulic engineering lab, which is about to be built in Vienna. Actually, it's currently under construction. It's a huge construction site. And then also to devise a joint monitoring and modeling strategy for the country. So we found in the past that monitoring of certain quality parameters of rivers, or also of sediment within rivers, is being done in a completely different way within the Danube region. So the idea is to find out what works best and then harmonize it so that we can actually start comparing our data and not talking all the time why our data are different, why they are not comparable. So the idea is to draft a joint monitoring and as well as modeling strategy. And then one of the final outputs is to devise a guideline for joint river engineering measures. So to look into best practices and make sure that these best practices are implemented in the future when engineering measures are implemented. So these are the key outputs. Now, as for our partner structure, well, we are at BOKU, we are the lead partner of this project. Then we have the Budapest University of Technology and Economics on board as project partner, the North Trans-Danubian Water Directorate, so this is a non-academic partner. Then we have a partner which is actually a subsidiary of BOKU. This partner had to be created because when we cannot, as university, we cannot run infrastructure projects due to the inherent project risk. So there was a subsidiary of the university created, and through them we are building this hydraulic engineering lab. And then we have also a strategic partner, which is the Austrian Federal Agency for Water Management, with seat in Vienna. Our project is structured in the classical work packages of project management, of course, and communication. And in between, we are exactly looking at these key items that I was just talking about. So field measurements, modeling, and river engineering. And then there is this huge infrastructure component for the hydraulic engineering lab, which has a work package by itself. I will not just talk about work package 3 and the infrastructure work package. I think they are the most important for future dissemination of the project. Well, for this river engineering work package, as I already mentioned, it draws on the gained experience of the work packages of modeling and measurements. We were developing optimized river engineering measures, and the idea is to have an integrated approach behind it. So we want to improve the situation in field of river engineering so that there is really a rationale behind our projects, and that navigation, ecology, and flood risk management are not players that play against each other, but that play in harmony with each other. This guideline is currently in the making, so right now I cannot show you the final output, but this guideline for joint river engineering measures is actually drawing on a problem analysis report. So in the first step, we were looking at which problems are there in Hungary, which problems are in Austria, what is common to these problems, what are the differences, and which processes are behind. So this report was already finished some time ago. I will just show you a few examples. So for instance, if you install flood risk protection, you are also causing some environmental issues, like you cut off side arms, you decouple river and floodplain, and there are ensuing issues due to this. So these are problems that we found, and these problems, most of them are actually common also to Hungary. So after drawing all this, a list of all these problems, we could then go to the next step. And this next step was looking at how best practice projects were actually mitigating these problems. So there's one pilot project at the Danube River, where I can show you now 1 or 2 slides, where groin structures, so hard engineering structures in the river, were removed, and there was a bypass reach for juvenile fish was created, and also bank protection was removed. And the idea was, well, since the river has a sediment deficit, we can give sediment back to the river by making these structural adjustments. Now, what happened was actually this indeed improved the ecological situation, but at the same time, we had more sedimentation in the river than was good for navigation. Actually, navigation at the Danube came to a full stop. It was not possible to pass this reach anymore. River authority had to do heavy dredging. And then we came on board and we were optimizing the groin structures for achieving a dynamic equilibrium of morphodynamics. This is what we did. So we employed numerical modeling, and after all, we came up with an idea of how to optimize the structures. This was implemented, and indeed, you can see that on the figure to the left here. After the project was originally implemented, riverbed was going up, leading to the consequences I just mentioned, and then our project, optimized project, was implemented, and the riverbed was going down again, and navigation was sustainable again. So we have a couple of such best practice projects, and they are also aggregated in this report. So at the end, we want to show and exchange knowledge through this reporting. Now, there's a bit of a different thing regarding this hydraulic engineering lab. You could get from the figure that I showed you before, 10 million euros, 10.7 million. This is a lot of money. However, building a hydraulic engineering lab, as you can see here on this rendering on the slide, this costs actually around 40 million euros. So we not only have this Interreg project, but as a matter of fact, we have 3 Interreg projects, each of them around 10 million euros. And the fourth one also was also funding from the European Union to get the core funding for this lab. We have, except for national co-funding, we don't have any other funding sources. So this is really a project which was devised from our department at the university, and where we don't get other money from educational units. Now, this is how it should look like. Well, as I mentioned, it is currently under construction, and I would just like to show you a few key features that should make clear how we consider the sustainability of this project on the long run. So it's essentially here on the left-hand side, there are 2 laboratory halls on top of each other. So one is the so-called main channel, for which we use a natural discharge of up to 10 cubic meters per second, drawn directly from the Danube River to make large-scale experiments. Our laboratory hall is around 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. And on top of it, it's a classical hydraulic engineering lab where you have flumes and more small-scale experiments, where the lab is using pumps. So we operate using pumps. And we also have some eco-hydraulic labs where you can also determine fish and water quality components is also attached to it. And then there is a further component that I think I show you best on the next slide. We have a lecture hall included, and also what we call a public lab. And this is really core to this project. We want to bring our knowledge and our research to the people, not only to the people of Vienna, but of course to the people who are visiting Vienna, who are visiting our site. And for this, we decided it's best to set some space aside where we have experiments built up these experiments are operational all the time, and where we can show visitor groups how our research leads to results that are relevant for them. So the lecture hall is mostly, of course, for events as well as for teaching, but the public the public lab is really intended for showing our knowledge to the general public. And to mention this in the end, there is a riverboat cruise that you can do in Vienna. Actually, there are several of these, and there is a boat, small boat harbor, actually close to this engineering lab. And our idea is that in the future, people going on such a cruise could even go on land from this small cruise and come to our lab and see a bit of research on hydraulic engineering and water management. Also, in terms of sustainability, we try to use components which are sustainable, like the roof should be constructed out of a wooden structure. Yeah, that's it. The thing is constructed currently. It's about to be finalized by the end of 2022. So right now, full construction going on. Let's hope that all goes according to plan, and then we will have people visiting our lab and getting some insights on hydraulic engineering and water management and how it changes their lives from 2023 onwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's impressive facilities and impressive scale. Just wondering how you can afford this in Vienna with the prices of the getting space to build such a huge scale hydraulic channels.
Yeah, if this is a question, so the space actually, so the place where we are building it, this was public, and we could actually get our hands on it without having to pay on anything. And the pure construction, as I said, 40 million euros is actually funded through the EU project and national co-funding by 4 ministries. And this of course gives us a lot of administrative hassle, and I didn't talk about this now.
Yeah, we can imagine, but good luck, and we're looking forward to be invited to your lab opening when you will be cutting the the strip. Right, our next speaker is coming from the second largest city in Serbia, and recently I came across the information that this is going to be European Capital of Culture for 2021, and we in Svarm all hope to travel there, and that lockdown will be ended by that time. So our next speaker is coming from Novi Sad, from the University of Novi Sad, and I'm glad to introduce Maja Dogo, who will present about EU projects, previous experiences, and obtained knowledge in the case of FTS UNS. Maja, you're welcome.
Thank you, Zahar. First of all, I would like to thank you for this great announcement. So, like I am on a Eurosong now. Yeah, and also I would like to thank you for the great moderating this meeting and also the previous one. I didn't get the opportunity to meet you, but I hope that you will visit Novi Sad in the near future, I hope. So for those who doesn't know me, my name is Maja Petrovic, and it's Jogo, it's my previous surname, now it's Petrovic. I'm coming from the University of Novi Sad, Faculty of Technical Sciences, where I'm an assistant professor and also the head of the accredited laboratory for analytical investigations in the field of environmental and occupational safety and health. Today I'll present you our previous experiences in EU projects. Mainly it is about Tempus, the previous, which were before the Erasmus calls, you know, as you already know. So I will present the 3 projects I was involved in since I am on the faculty, and I would like to share some good or maybe some not bad, but maybe some I don't know, disadvantages of these projects or things that we are now regretting for. So first of all, I would like to introduce you to the Tempus project, named Development of Environment and Resources Engineering Learning. DERL was the acronym of this project. The project lifetime was from 2010 to 2014. It was the 3-year Tempus project, which was coordinated by the University of Florence. This project involved 4 program countries, universities from Italy, Greece, Germany, and Austria. And we have 7 partner countries, universities involved. They were from Macedonia, Serbia, and Albania. Also, we have 1 partner country ministry. It was the Ministry for the Environmental Protection from Serbia. 4 partner countries, national agencies, also within the environmental protection, 1 partner country non-governmental organization, and 1 partner country enterprise. So the main objective of this project was to develop wholly new, up-to-date master curriculum in the field of environment and resources engineering. So these days we had the opportunity at our university to develop the whole new master programs. Today we don't have this opportunity. They allow us just to update our already existing master curriculum or PhD curriculums. So we wanted to develop the new one, following the criteria and conditions for setting up a joint postgraduate degree. But during the lifetime of the project, we got the double degree for the students who were involved, who were participated during the project lifetime. So we started from the academic year of 2012, 2013, and this program still exists and has students, but not a lot of students, since it lasts for 2 years. I said like this because they rather choose the program that lasts for 1 year. So that's the disadvantage. Also, we are very proud because the first generation of these students who were involved are 3 girls from our university. They finished master studies at the host university, the home university in the University of Novi Sad, and also they have finished the master course in Florence, and they got 2 degrees. And now all 3 of them are in foreign universities writing their PhD thesis. I think that during this project, they had the opportunity to learn and how the other universities, the other countries work, and they got a good possibility through this project. Also, one of the objectives was to implement the regional network for lifelong learning seminars and trainings of stakeholders, as well as workshops with participations of postgraduate students, public services, enterprises, and NGOs. These things was alive during the project lifetime, but when project has finished, when it is finished, this thing is not alive. So that's one of disadvantages. I would like to introduce you to the equipment we've got through this project. We needed it for establishment for development of new subjects in environmental area. It is gas chromatography. It gave us the opportunity to develop new subjects regarding the analysis on this equipment. It is a sophisticated equipment needed for the analysis in the environmental matrices in order to fulfill the requirements of EU directive. The other project I would like to introduce you to is also from Tempus Co. It calls Network for Education and Training for Public Environmental Laboratories, named NETREL was the acronym. It was also a 3-year project, and it involved 3 program countries, universities. So it was Slovak University of Technology. They coordinated the project as well. Also, there was Masaryk University, Recetox Center, Czech Republic, and Portsmouth University from United Kingdom. We had 4 partner countries universities, 2 from Serbia, University of Novi Sad and University of Belgrade, as well as 2 universities from Bosnia and Herzegovina, 1 from Banja Luka and the other one from Sarajevo. Also, we have 1 partner country national agency. Again, it was our agency for environmental protection, here is from Serbia, and also 6 partner countries' public utilities. So this project was a good opportunity to all of us to meet something different within the Erasmus Pole. Since the previous project was to develop new master curricula, this project was, the main objective of this project was to develop courses, to train the teachers from universities, to develop courses for the public utilities, for the national laboratories which are dealing with the environmental analysis. So we had good trainings, hand-on trainings from the staff from program countries, from Brno and Bratislava and also Portsmouth, in the field of monitoring of priority and emerging substances, as well as persistent organic pollutants in the aquatic environment, as the substances needed for fulfillment of the requirements from the EU Water Frame Directive. So when they learned us, or when we got some knowledge from our program country partners, we was able to transfer that knowledge to the public utilities, to national laboratories. So in that way, we strengthened the capacity between the academic staff of partner countries for trainings of environmental laboratories in the Western Balkans. So we strengthen our capacity to work with the national laboratories in the field we are investigating every day. So this is our lab, and this is the part of equipment we obtained during this project. It is HPLC, which we needed for the for the determination of previously mentioned substances. And here I would like to mention that not only in this project, this equipment was really something good for us, not just for the project, for the objectives, but also for our students. Now we are able to offer to our students of PhD studies to do their experiments within their PhD thesis in our lab. Previously, we sent them somewhere, we paid for that, and now they're doing that on their own. Also, this equipment now is still in our lab, it's ours, and there is 5 years last from both of the project, and now we are implementing some methods which we would like also to accredit. And the last but not least, and for me very important one, is Erasmus Plus project, ICT networking for overcoming technical and social barriers in instrumental analytical chemistry. This is the project which was coordinated by our colleagues from Niš. This time it was not Milan, but somebody who is as good as Milan. First of all, we learned that the University of Niš is our great capacity to give the very good project. And I'm very proud to be I am very proud that I was the part of this project, since we have done a lot of good work. This is if you want to learn something more about it, you can go on its web page. The previous project don't have their web pages, unfortunately. So this project involved 4 program countries: University of Pierre and Marie Curie, University of Greenwich from United Kingdom, Brno University of Technology, Alternative Energies, and Atomic Energy Commission. Also from partner countries institutions, it was University Niš, Belgrade, Novi Sad, Kragujevac, Agricultural University of Tirana, University of Tirana. Also we have enterprises, private one and national one. We have Analysis. Analysis is the enterprise which is selling analytical equipment. We had an Enological station from Vršac, which is dealing with the food examinations. We had Zlatiborac. Zlatiborac is our meat industry here in Serbia, one of our meat industries. And we have also Thermo Fisher Scientific from Bergen, and you already know for them. So this project aims at strengthening the capacity for international cooperation in Serbian and Albanian higher education institutions and enterprises in order to increase their educational level and technical capacities regarding analytical instrumentation usage for environmental and food safety control. Specific objectives of these projects was to establish three things. First of all, it is a SQL-based system for the collection of all kinds of data regarding the environment and food safety control. Then web-assessed remote instrumental analytical laboratories, Varial, and also open education resource in partner country universities. And when I was preparing this presentation, I have realized that this project was an announcement of this COVID situation, since we have prepared the whole platform for our students with the materials, teaching materials, movies, etc. And now they can use it to watch and listen from their homes, unfortunately. So if you go on a website and click platform here in the upper right corner, you will get something like this. Yes, weird. Then when you go over there here, you can see something called database, Moodle, and remote access. If you go to database, you will find something I like to call like professional business card. Why? Because you can find the names of all people who were involved in this project, from technical staff to the professors. So you have all names, their CVs, their papers, publications, projects, and so on. Every participant, every person had to put also some gadgets, some items, in order to connect its name with that item. So now if you choose my name or the name of anybody else, you will find a lot of items here, what I'm doing in the laboratory, so on. So it's to be to use you yourself to maybe you work with.
You have a minute left.
Okay. So then you have courses. All courses are here on the second tab. When you can find the list courses for the Novi Sad. So for I needed to change course to my course. I improved it in the 3%. I made some movies in order to enable my students to do some things, not just to listen to our lessons. Also, we have a part with the remote access to the laboratories, and now we can teach our students to work on a sophisticated and very, very expensive equipment and not being in the lab, because we are not teaching the analytical students, we are teaching somebody who will be involved in environmental protection, and they don't need to do the analysis, but they have to know to read the results of analysis. So now it is possible to be in the classroom and to learn it. So also we developed some CPD courses, and they are designed to help professionals in their daily work and meet modern challenges and new requirements. So these are the pictures from our classroom we equipped from this project. This is the classroom where they are sitting and working, and they're connected to the lab. This is part of the laboratory equipment, field equipment for the laboratory examinations we obtained. This is the photos from our meetings, round tables, workshops. Instead of conclusion, I would like to say some things. In green, these are the good things. In red, they're not bad, but we can do it. So we got objects, we got new modern to this project, in conferences, scientific papers, so on. We've got also new projects in the field of higher education, and we established good post-project cooperation between our enterprises and public utilities. This in red one is a small number of new joint projects in the field of environmental protection, but not in higher education, but in environmental protection. And also lifelong learning courses and CPD courses are not alive after the project lifetime. That is something because of us, a little bit because of us, and also because of the university, because we are depending on their willingness to provide us to do something like that. So if I was longer than is expected, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for presenting. It's very special because, first of all, it's a motherland of many great philosophists, but it's also a country where you can dig ground at any place and find artifacts from Roman Empire. So our next speaker is coming from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and I would like to invite Panayotis Phrinos to present about a real-time monitoring and leakage detection and reduction system in water distribution networks. To unmute.
Just unmute.
Yeah, now we hear you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Sahar. Good morning to everyone who is attending and to all our colleagues in the project. How can I...
Green button, share screen in the bottom of the window.
Where is the... Where is the presentation?
You need
the presentation from my computer?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I thought I sent the presentation, so I thought that I had to...
I just open the presentation on your computer and then start sharing screen. That's how it works.
Yeah, okay, okay. I can't see now.
So your presentation and share screen window and presentation window to share.
I don't know.
Just do it again like before, share screen, and then select the window with presentation, with PowerPoint.
Yes. Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's perfect now. And now open full screen.
Okay.
To the right, the full screen one. Yeah, this one. Or just press F5 on the keyboard. It should also work. F5.
I don't know.
Okay, I will request remote control now. Just approve my request. I will try to help.
Okay.
Approve my request.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for this.
No
is
problem.
it okay now?
Not yet.
I don't know. I see it here.
Might be because you have two screens as well.
Yeah, I have two screens. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I have two screens.
Okay, then it's sharing a wrong screen.
Yeah, I have two screens. That's why. Well, is it a problem if you see it like this?
No, just you. Let's do it like this. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for this. Okay, well, I will briefly present you an Interreg project which is still in progress with some partners from Northern Macedonia, one university and one a public company, and also from Greece, one university and one regional organization. Now, as you can see, the topic is about water distribution networks and monitoring and leakage detection and reduction. The program, as you can see, is an Interreg between Greece and Republic of North Macedonia, municipality of Prespes, well known to our colleagues in the in north of because of the agreement between the Greek government and the former Republic of Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia, and now Northern Macedonia. The municipality of Prespes, our department here in Thessaloniki. Also, there is a public communal enterprise called Proletar from Resen in Northern Macedonia, and in also from the University of Skopje, Cyril and Methodius, colleagues from Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Information Technologies. It's a small project which looks into the problems of water distribution networks in 5 villages in the municipality of Prespes, and also some villages in the municipality of Resen and the city of Resen. So the main objective is to introduce an innovative technical methodology based on a SCADA system using real-time flow and pressure monitoring sensors, and also to promote a cost-effective approach for achieving a significant reduction in water leakage. The basis for this collaboration is some special management plans we have in Greece for the sub-basin of Prespa in the river basin of Prespa, based on water directive, European directive, which call for actions to enhance the operation of water supply networks and the leakage control, and also a process for the rehabilitation and enhancement of water supply networks. So there are several work packages, as you can see here. The first two are related with management, coordination, communication, and dissemination. And basically there is a work package 3 which has to do with mapping and modeling of the water distribution networks. As you will see, the networks of the water distribution networks are relatively simple, but there are many problems with leakages and unknown pipes and things like that. So we have here the mapping and then the hydraulic modeling of the water distribution network using the WaterGEMS model. And then we have the flow and pressure monitoring and management through installation, through installation of project and flow monitoring system, and also development of pressure management strategies by changing the inlet pressure of the networks and do some statistical analysis, and also to the final output will be the estimation of the water quantity reduction for each management strategy. And also another work package deals with the flow and pressure monitoring and management, and it will investigate the relationships between inlet pressures and leakages. Also, there's a work package which is associated with the environmental benefits of this project, calculation of savings in energy consumption, also in greenhouse gas emissions. And the final work package deals with reconstruction or rehabilitation of the water networks. Mainly the parts of the network which has quite significant problems. You can see here the data on population and water consumption. There are villages. We deal with villages, so we have several consumptions, water consumption, dealing with people, with animals, with agricultural productivity, and things like that. Also, there's some projection of population. As you can see, most of the municipalities have a small population. Total population for 2041 is expected to be around 5,000 people. There are many problems with the water losses, with which approximately, as you can see, is around 60%, which is quite high, and these have to be problems have to be confronted. Mostly, as you may know, the tolerable level of water losses for all networks around 25–30%. So you can get an idea here from the villages in the area. There are independent villages with their own reservoir, which supplies the village. You can see in the Agios Germanos, the most known maybe is one tank supplied by nearby springs. Similarly, in another village, and you can see here other villages by where the water supply is by nearby springs, and in some cases with from boreholes. A mapping methodology was followed with the collection and digitization of all previous studies, with collection and georeferences of all the features and systems of the water networks, mapping and development of a geodatabase in a GIS system, and digitization of all the data. We use some classical equipment for a pipe location device, where we accurately map the water distribution networks, and we located we located some illegal connections to the network. Also for the we use also for water leak detection a system, Aquaphone by Severin, which uses an electroacoustic principle, and also a GPS system for georeferencing components of the water distribution networks with high accuracy. And you can see here the mapping. There were several measurement locations at each village. Here you can get some pictures of the various measurement locations. can see here. And then development of a geodatabase with which includes tanks, network pipes, background layers, consumer meters. And you can see here for the community of Agios Germanos, you can see what is included, the various pipes, the manholes, tanks, and all the necessary data. Similarly, in another village, So we have all the information for various pipes, their diameter, also for manholes, what kind of manholes for the reservoir, tanks, and things like that. So we had to interpolate somehow the elevation measurements. So we used Kriging statistical interpolation method for the spatial interpolation of elevation measurements. You can see here at the various villages. Now going to the next step, the simulation of water distribution networks, classical procedure to better understand the operation of the water distribution network, to estimate the total non-revenue water quantity, and to identify locations of significant water losses due to leakages of illegal water connections. We have assessed daily water consumption using data on population and consumption per capita. So we have the variation of water demand during the day for 24 hours because we run extended period simulation. So we have, as you can see, a different pattern for urban and rural area. Also, we have all the information for the tank geometry, for the minimum elevation, maximum elevation, base elevation of the tank, which all this information is needed for the modeling, the topology and the geometry of the network pipes, and also the node elevations in the study area. There are various models for water distribution network simulation. One of them is the water GEMS, which basically is based on the EPANET hydraulic simulation algorithm, but it has some other features which make the package more attractive regarding optimization and design of new elements and adjustment of pump operations and other features. There is a strategy for dealing with all the problems we want to solve. And sorry, basically the main work will start from now, since we have all the networks, and the main findings of the work will appear in about a year when the project will finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation, which was a big scientific part of this seminar. It was very interesting research. And I would like to invite next speaker, who is coming from a country that is a unique combination of mountains and sea views. It's how I imagine this country, but I have never traveled there. So our next speaker is from the University of Montenegro, and I would like to invite Biljana Stjepanovic to present about cost experiences of FCEUOM.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Well, at first I have to tell you that you imagine Montenegro very well. That's exactly what we have, a combination of sea and mountains, and it's a country where it's possible to swim in the sea and to ski in the mountains in the same day.
Yes,
just a couple of hours in certain periods of year. You can get from the Adriatic coast to the very, very high mountain skiing slopes.
That's great.
Well, so you are welcome. You and all other panelists and participants are welcome to visit us and to have your own insight in our wild beauty of nature.
We look forward to that. So you can share your screen using this green button.
Yes, I can. I just want to tell you something else before I share screen. Now we have a very bad weather here in my town, and about half an hour ago I lost electricity. So I'm not quite sure if my internet connection will manage to the end. It happened like 20 minutes ago. Now I'm connected to hotspot from my mobile phone, and let's hope my battery will sustain it. So
let's hope.
Now I'm going to share screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, can you open full screen?
Yeah, of course. Is it here?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay. So unfortunately, my presentation is not so, well, let's say, picturesque like the previous one with a lot of illustrations and photos and so on. This one is, in comparison with the previous, rather boring because it's mostly text and text and text and text. And it's a little bit different by its content because I'm not presenting one particular project. I'm just presenting activities of the Faculty of Civil Engineering within the COST program, actually some kind of COST experiences of the Faculty of Civil Engineering, University of Montenegro. Our university is the oldest and the largest higher education institution in country. It's founded in 1974. It is the only public, only state university in Montenegro. It's quite comprehensive, having different faculties, 19 faculties, and even though it's written 2 institutes here, actually it's 3 institutes because one is like only a few months old. Those faculties and institutes cover different disciplines of engineering, technical, natural sciences, medicine, social sciences, humanities, arts, and so on. We have the biggest student population of Montenegro. It's around 20,000 students, and we have a quite large academy numbers, like 1,200 academy staff. As for the Faculty of Civil Engineering, that is one unit of the University of Montenegro. We celebrate 40 years of existence this year, maybe. To some other universities with a much longer tradition, it seems like we are baby faculty and baby university, but in our conditions, in our country, it's really something. So we are very proud of having celebration of 40 years of the Faculty of Civil Engineering in Podgorica in this year. Unfortunately, these COVID circumstances prevent us from our common way of organizing celebration, but we will do something. So while I was talking, you can see some basic facts about my faculty. It has around 600 students. The number of staff engaged in academia and other issues, administration, technical, and so on, is 50 people. We are licensed scientific research institutions with strong connections with civil engineering industry, but also with a lot of activities in different programs of international cooperation and international exchange. One of those programs that we are very active in is COST program. Our activities started about 4.5, 5 years ago approximately. That was the time when Montenegro was able to join COST actions, because before that period we were not able to take a participation in COST actions like full member of full COST country. The first few actions that I'm going to present, we joined somewhere in the middle of the action, and I have to say that our contribution was rather modest in those circumstances when we were not able to follow the action from the very beginning. We joined maybe 1 or 1.5 years before the end of action, and we contributed as much as it was possible. But again, in comparison with new actions, it was not too much. This is one action that was devoted to composite materials in construction. It's, well, let's say civil engineering action, really our profession. And we have 2 representatives in management committee, 2 full management committee members. There were no substitutes, and they took part in different meetings, like a regular MCM working group meetings, but also they participated in one training school and in the end of action conference with the published papers. The next action is again one action that is strictly connected with civil engineering and construction sector, but also kind of architecture. It's about structural health monitoring. Again, the action that we joined somewhere in midterm of that action. And we contributed, actually our representatives, 2 MC members, contributed by participation in MC and working group meetings, and also by publishing papers, participating in workshops, in conferences and symposia of that action, sorry. The third action, again one that we didn't join from the very beginning, was devoted to structural timber design, timber structures, which are my field of interest. And I was one of the representatives of my faculty and my country in that action. Well, among the oldest, but also among the newest structures in this world in the history of civil engineering, as you know. And it was interesting experience, very, very useful in sense of networking, not only for me personally, but also for our faculty, for our laboratory, that we managed to establish some cooperations. Again, one that was in a way connected with the timber structures. It was, and the timber products are the actions where a lot of people took participation in both actions, so they were somehow connected. And as I said previously, it really was of huge importance for us for networking and for future cooperation that we practice in this moment. Then this is again strictly civil engineering action. Now I'm repeating civil engineering action because we will have some that are not strictly connected to civil engineering and to construction or water resources management sector or so on. But now we are still in the field of our profession. specifications for roadway bridges, standardization at European level, very, very important action, and with the important contribution and important participation, high-level participation of our representatives, as you can see, in addition to regular participation in MC and working group meetings. Within this section, we attended 2 training schools. We realized 3 short-term scientific missions. We also published some papers. So I would say this action was fully achieved goals by our side, because as you can see, we managed to join this section not from the very beginning, but in initial phase. We joined it in 2016, and it started maybe half a year or a year earlier. So we managed to catch with other people almost from the very beginning. Now we come to one of those actions that I will not say it's strictly from the field of civil engineering. This is action that is interesting for all people engaged at the universities, at research institutions, people who are involved in teaching and in research activities. Teaching and research activities are usually interwoven, and somehow they pull with itself learning and writing activities, and it's a kind of mixture of those four actions that we practice in our everyday life, and we are maybe sometimes not aware of that, but actually that is the basis of our work. Combination of teaching, learning, research, and writing activities. I apologize. Okay, sorry, I was afraid that maybe you are signaling me that you cannot hear me or something like that. So
no, I can hear you, it's fine.
I opened chat. So this action we joined from the beginning, and we really gave also our full contribution. Sorry, here it is. You can see that not only that we participated all MC and working group meetings, we also hosted one of those meetings in Montenegro. We attended training schools, we realized the short-term scientific missions, we participated in conferences, we also hosted one short-term scientific missions. We have published case studies within the action publications and so on, and I can tell you, because I was also representative for this action, I can tell you it was really a great experience, amazing experience to work with people that are not from your own narrow field, but you work not only from people from engineering field, you work with people from humanities, from social sciences, from arts, even from medicine, and you see that when it comes to the academic life, to those everyday issues of teachers and researchers, we all have a very similar, well, not to say concerns, but situations, let's say so, simply situations. This action should be ended in month, but due to Corona situation, we were allowed prolongation, so we have half a year more, and we do hope there will be opportunity to have a live meeting, because now we are in online mode as everything else. Then we have several newly started actions that started in 1990, so like a year or year and a half ago, and interesting actions regarding contribution of civil engineering in overcoming consequences of natural disasters. It's in a way connected with this project, with the SWARM project. But as I said, we are at the beginning, and still we do not have some kind of publications or STSMs or something like that. Also, one of new actions that concerns underground built heritage. So let's not take a look of what's on the ground. Let's take a little bit a look of happening with the underground structures, which are old and which are now have a title of our heritage. Again, new action, so not really impressive list of achievements, but we have 3 representatives as MC member and 2 MC member substitutes. So we do hope to, for some future presentation, we will have more fields filled in for this action. Again, a new action. It's about development of reliable roadmap for certification of bonded primary structures. It's a kind of continuation of one of previously mentioned actions about composite materials. So it's in a way next step in development of composite materials. Again, new action, and we have just started to realize some activities within it. Again, we have 3 representatives from the Faculty of Civil Engineering, 1 from Ministry of Economy of Montenegro, and we expect really nice results here. This is the action about aerogels for environmental and life sciences. In a way, it has some kind of connection with the previous one, but not really complete match. It's just like a kind of similarity. And again, new action that will bring some results, let's hope, in a near future. This is again a new action. It has its interesting story. I would pay your attention to this part of its description. The action aims to articulate a set of concrete literary devices within a host of spatial disciplines, bringing together scientific research in the fields of literary studies, it means philology, urban planning, and architecture. It's again, amazing blend of different disciplines in a very useful and very interesting and very, in a way, surprising ability to bring something new from fields that you would at first sight say no connection, no, that they are like miles away from each other. But no, my colleagues said that they have a really interesting work from the very beginning, and that they expect some impressive experiences from this action.
You have half minute.
Yeah. This is one of, again, new actions about geothermal energy and technology. And action that actually will have its first kickoff meeting tomorrow. It will be online meeting, and it is closely connected to the topic of SWARM project, because it concerns water resources management, about groundwater, and something that we really expect to have a nice fusion with the SWARM project. Our representative is my colleague Milan Radulovic. He is also one of members of SWARM team from the University of Montenegro. For the very end, last action that I'm going to present, action that started like 2 weeks ago with its kickoff meeting, something that is like something very actual about positive energy districts, about smart towns, and so on. It's a kind of overlap between civil engineering, architecture, electrical engineering, informatics, and something that's really attractive in this moment. And that would be everything that I have to say. Well, luckily, my phone and my phone internet enabled me to finalize this action.
Thank you very much. It went great. We have seen and we have heard. So it was just fine. Thanks for this presentation. It's, I think you're in the right way with all these networking activities. This is something which is really needed at the start. So we wish you every luck and success with all those cost actions, which is a big piece of work at the same time.
Well,
We have.
I just said thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And we have two presentations left. One will be from Olivera Gavrilovic and one from Maria Mavrova-Gurginova. So first we will run the presentation from Olivera, and he's presenting public water management company Vody Voivodina. So we have actually industry present and participating in this webinar, and we really appreciate your time and that you can contribute to this webinar from the Serbian industry. So the presentation will be about implementation of international projects in water management in Serbia. So you are welcome.
So, hello to everyone.
Hello, yeah, we can see and we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So greetings from Novi Sad, from Serbia, for everyone. Our presentation is about implementation of international projects in water management in Serbia. First of all, my apologies because I don't have a camera, but I hope that this is not a problem for you. You can see my presentation. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. So Jelena and me, we are part of the team of SWARM project, and we prepared the presentation for today. So actually, we are a part of development department. This is a small department in our company, and we're dealing with international project. Only 3 persons, Jelena, me, and our colleague Alexander Ditskov. So we are involved. We have a huge experience in, I can tell, huge experience in implementation of international projects, because we are in this process from start of Interreg process and the first call of proposal for this program in our country. So you can see different logos of different program in which we participated as a part of different projects. So we discussed how we can prepare this presentation for today, and we decide to just short to put in a couple of sites just short information about our projects. So we started actually with projects from 2010, and first project was preparation of design documentation for restructuring planning of Baja-Bezdan Canal, and that was a project from IPA Cross-Border Cooperation program, and our project partner was a water management company from Baja, Hungary. So project duration of this project was 15 months, and during this project we supply necessary equipment and prepare a feasibility study for restriction planning, etc. Another project which we finished successful was a project with acronym Water at Risk, also from program, IPA program Cross-Border Hungary-Serbia. And our partners are Faculty of Civil Engineering from University of Szeged, Faculty of Sciences from Novi Sad, their Department of Geography, Faculty of Agriculture, and water management company from Szeged. You can see that this project value is about 800,000 euros, and main goal was to mitigate the risk associated with extreme weather condition in cross-border region. Through this project, we collecting the existing data about this program area, and we recording the selected area with aircraft, because we supply two drones, and also we processing collected data, and on the end the faculty prepare one hydraulic model and about hydraulic model about the road and simulating excess water when weather is bad. So project duration was 22 months, and we finished this project last year in October. The next one was joint TISA from Danube Transnational Program. Project partners are from 6 countries: Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, Ukraine, Austria, and Serbia. And that was a big project, and main output of this project was updated final draft of integrated TISA river basin management plan. This project start in January 2007, and we finished this year, in January this year. So you can see EcoVAM, eco-friendly water management against extreme water conditions in cross-border area project, also from IPA program Hungary, Serbia. In this project, we actually dredging sediment from Jegrička river, remove overgrown vegetation from the riverbed, develop joint monitoring and analyze this system for water quality. And also we analyze this river for purpose of biodiversity conservation. So this project started in October 2017, and project duration was 13 months. Our project partner was a water management company from Szeged, Hungary, and European Fair Funds from our country, from our province of Vojvodina. Actually, this project with acronym TREMODEL was our first international project, also funded from IPA funds, and our partner was Faculty of Technical Sciences from Novi Sad and Water Management Company from Szeged, Hungary. We have long cooperation with them. So this project includes supply of necessary equipment, such as equipment from monitoring of water quality, and software for modeling, actually Mike River model software. And we prepare, actually Faculty of Civil Engineering prepare a hydraulic model for Tisa River in a section in Serbia. The next one was Project EVAM, also from IPA cross-border cooperation program with Hungary, and our project partner was Csongrád County. And this project aims at improving cooperation and monitoring in water management in Vojvodina and in Csongrád County in Hungary. So we had a couple projects from Interreg 4C, such as Waterways Forward, that we in this project we was a part of consortium of 70 partner consortium with 70 partner organizations from 11 EU countries. And project objective in this project was the improvement of region inland waterways management. The next one was the Danube flood risk. This project funded by Southeast Europe Transnational Cooperation Program. And participants also was from different countries from Europe, such as Romania, Austria, Germany, Bulgaria, Hungary, Italy, Slovakia, Croatia, and Serbia. So in this project, we define measures for flood risk reduction. Another one was also from the same program, and that was Drought Management Center for Southeastern Europe. And in this project, we actually established Drought Management Center also here in our country, actually in our company. And participant was Slovenia, Serbia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Greece, and Croatia. From this from the same program, we participate in project TICAD, and participant was from Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, Austria, and from our country. And the main objective was to define a proposal for coordination of legislation regarding water resource management and sustainable development in Tisa catchment. We have also one project from FP7 program, funded from FP7 program with University of Novi Sad. As you can see, location of action was different pilot sites in 4 countries, in Poland, Turkey, Serbia, and Cyprus. And that was project about irrigation management decision support system for environmentally optimized irrigation management for farmers and water management organization. Also, we had one G2G project about implementation of water framework directive. That was a project financed by government of Netherlands, of Holland. And our partner of this project was Republic Directorate of Water. And in this project, we actually done capacity building to ensure expertise for improvement of water quality and in accordance with Water Framework Directive in our country. We were associated partner in 2 projects. One is funded from financed by program Croatia-Serbia IPA program. And main results was flood risk prevention in cross-border region between Croatia and Serbia, and participant was Vukovar-Srem County from Serbia, Secretariat of the Provincial Government, Provincial Secretariat for Economy, and European Affairs Fund from Serbia. This project called Amber, and another one was financed by IPA from Serbia and Bosnia-Herzegovina cross-border program, and called Air Now, Emergency Response Now. And also this is a project about flood risk prevention, and our partners was Šid municipality and Brčko district government. Actually, we were their partners because we were associated partner in this project. So we have 4 ongoing projects now. The first is the complex water management development of the area of Baja Bezdan Canal called Babeka, and this project actually closing date for this project is day after tomorrow, when we have a closing conference here in Serbia, and we through this project we reconstructed the Šebešvog and Bezdan locks. And that was a big strategic project financed by IPA funds from Hungary-Serbia cross-border cooperation program. Our partner was a water management company from Baja, Hungary, and the European Affairs funds of our province here in Vojvodina. Total project value is as you can see, 8 million and almost 700,000 euros. Another one strategic project which we implemented is about revitalization of navigation infrastructure on Bege River. We called this project Bega, and this project is from Romania-Serbia IPA cooperation program, and our partners are Banat River Basin Administration, Timish Council, Provincial Secretariat from Regional Development, and total project value is almost 14 billion euro, and we repaired the hydro complex Klek in Srpski Itebe and constructed working inspection path. In this project also we construct a floating dock and mooring points in big Zrenjanin city in our country. Another side, Romanian side, they repaired their hydro towards San Michal. And also we prepare technical documentation for the construction of a cross-border crossing point. Also, this project includes supply of necessary equipment, and also this is a strategic and big project and very important from our company. And our
you have half minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can see another one between Croatia and Serbia. About 1 million euro is total project value, and this is project about monitoring of conditions of wetlands and revitalization of wetlands in 6 areas in both countries. And we finish this project next year. I don't want to talk about Swarm project because we are all involved in this project. And our future plan, you can see a list of the projects and our wishes for next period on next 3 slides. Actually 4. And also list of project as suggestion for cross-border cooperation with Hungary. And also if you are interested to cooperate with us, and if you are interested to be partner with us and call us in your in your project, to be part of your project, we are open to participate. So I will ask you, Zahar and Milan, also to share my last 4 slides with list of projects which we need as our future plan.
Sure, thanks. We will do this. And thanks also for inviting for future cooperations. It's very important for universities to have industry willing to cooperate. Thank you for the presentation. And I would like to introduce and invite our next speaker, who is coming from the country that actually invented Cyrillic alphabet, which we are now using in many Slavic countries and also in Balkan countries. So our next speaker is coming.
Zahar, just a minute. My apologies, but I have to leave you because we have inspection now here in our company for documentation of mentioned strategic project, and I have to leave you, and I have to help to my colleague to prepare documentation for them.
Sure. Thank you very much for attending and presenting. Thanks.
Understanding.
Good luck with your audits.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So our next speaker, as I just started, is coming from Bulgaria, from the University of Architecture, Civil Engineering and Geodesy. And I would like to invite Maria Mavrova-Georgineva to present about Dam Safe project, improving flood prevention, flood hazards awareness through the development of standardized approach for small dams, risk assessment and management based on European best practices and shared experience. With that, Maria,
yes,
you can share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, share.
Coming.
Well, the title is
put full screen. You can
quite long.
Yeah,
but,
no, it's fine.
Well, we are a bit late with time, and I would like shortly share with you our experience as university in a different type of projects. With an example, this Dam Safe project that was focused on small dams, existing small dams, and related to them additionally flood risk assessment according to their technical state. First of all, let we talk briefly about the European Prevention and Preparedness Program, because this is the framework of such projects. Every year, the Department for Humanitarian Aid and Civil Protection published calls for civil protection projects. And under this program, our university was lucky to participate in the first program period with the project Dam Safe with partners from European Union, and in the second program period with another project. Now we are waiting modification of this financial instrument, and in the new call in the next 2021 will be maybe the starting year for the new type of rules for this program. well, let me talk about the project at first. In 50s and 60s last century, a lot of small dams were built in Bulgaria, mainly for irrigation. This was the socialist time, and now there are more than 4,000 existing small dams. But very often we have a problem with improper operation of the existing small dams. And of course, this contributes to the increase of the flood hazard effect. In Bulgaria, we have, in our civil protection practice, we have this completely proved that flash floods plus small dams, dam breaks, are generally the reason for flooding. And unfortunately, human losses and of course great damages. And that's why this project was not only and just project about floods. It was focused especially on small dams, flood hazard assessment in the areas situated downstream, with the main objectives to develop a standardized for Bulgaria approach for a detailed survey assessment of small dams and facilities and risk evaluation, scenario formulation, and after that flood hazard and risk assessment in downstream areas, etc. And the third point is recommendations for flood risk management, including evaluation of possibility to reconstruct these existing small dams into retention basins. And there were 2 pilot regions in Bulgaria with 6 small dams in total, in which all concepts, all proposals and works recommended in the final product, the book, so-called manual, were tested. Main activities, of course, included measurements and elaboration of digital terrain models, hydrology studies, inspections of the technical conditions of the facilities, geological survey of the particular dam, Nicolaevo 2, safety assessment, modeling, and evaluation of the factors of safety and probability of the scenario of dam break for this particular dam. After that, hydraulic modeling, including different scenarios. And the last part of activities was, of course, assessment of the feasibility study for this dam, Nicolaevo 2, how to reconstruct, what we need to design, to calculate for reconstruction of this Nicolaevo 2 to retention basin. Well, the partners in this project were as coordinating beneficiary Civil Protection Bulgaria, including Ministry of Environment of the province Styria, Austria, Ministry of Environment Bulgaria, and the Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, Bulgaria, and Ministry of Agriculture and Foods, Bulgaria. Plus 3 universities and 1 private company in consultancy in the field of hydraulic and hydrology modeling from Germany. And well, we have to mention that the financial support from the community was 75% of the total cost of the project. It was first program period of this program. In the second, their support was already 85%. And the main result was this book that was published in paper and could be downloaded from the site of the project, Manual for Small Dams Flood Risk Assessment and Management. That was really quite useful for many authorities in Bulgaria. We translated the result of the manual in Bulgarian, and this helps, of course, every time. And I would like to say a few words about the new program period in this framework for prevention and preparedness program. How to say, test the new approach in the call 2020, in which already 2 tracks in financing exist. Single country grants, track 1, that should help national civil protection authorities with direct grants without us, our participation. And we are focused on track 2, multi-country grants. And in this year, because this is maybe quite close to the concept that will be accepted for the whole program period, I would like to show you some facts and figures from the call Prevention and Preparedness and Marine Pollution projects of this program. Here is an example on the line disaster prevention and preparedness, especially for neighborhood countries sharing a border. In this example, we can follow from general objective through specific objectives, developing cross-border risk assessments or enhancing cross-border emergency management. And we can see possible outcomes or examples for outputs. This is interesting for us because we are focusing such activities in this area. And another important fact is that the budget lines are 2, internal and external. Internal is for project targeting states, member states, and members of so-called mechanism, European Civil Protection Mechanism. You can see Iceland, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Norway, Serbia, and Turkey. And external line, that is possibility for participating for Western Balkan countries and other neighborhood policy countries. And you can see the budget this year was for the prevention and preparedness 2 and 1 million respectively in this line. And we can say, okay, the financial support from the community now is 85%, up to 2 years projects, and maximum contribution per proposal is, you can see, different from internal and external budget. And the condition for pre-financing maximum to 70%. Okay, the specific in this financial instrument is that civil protection authorities should be quite active. They have specific rules, but I can say that our experience from 2 projects under this financial instrument is quite good. A very good opportunity for fruitful cooperation with quite different partners, not only universities, not only scientific institutes, but authorities, private companies, and this is interesting in solving a really important problem for the society. That was the case of our projects. And I think this was a good opportunity for my colleagues and PhD students. Now the results achieved during the project DAM-SAFE, for example, is used in Bulgarian in the regional planning for flood prevention in several places, at least in Bulgaria already. And at the university, we are using the database for elaboration of materials for teaching master students or for PhD students in this field of flood prevention and protection. That's all. Thank you for your attention and good luck to all of you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks for sharing also your views and possible plans for cooperation. So now I think it's time for us to conclude this webinar. And I think first of all, we have proved to ourselves and also to the ESCA, the European Commission, that lockdown can't stop us, that we managed even in these quite difficult conditions. We were 50 people in this webinar and we stayed 32 until the very end, this long time, and we had presentations from such a big number of projects, and we had attendees from all parts of the world. I have seen attendees from India, from Kenya, from many different places around the world. So I think it's definitely an advantage of running these webinars, that we can get connected to so many projects, people, and potential partners from all the corners around the world. So now I think we can have a sort of final closing discussion. So first, what we can do, I have activated for our attendees an option to raise hand. So if any of our attendees would like to speak up, would like to have an intervention now to reflect about the webinar, or to come up with any suggestions, or just express your opinion, you can raise hand and we will activate your microphone and you will be able to speak. Otherwise, we are also open to all our panelists. So panelists, if you have any comments, if you have closing remarks or reflections, please feel free to unmute yourself and just go ahead and speak. Panelists, you can just unmute yourself. You don't need to raise hand or something. Just unmute yourself and can speak, reflect, and come up with suggestions. Attendees, you can use a button in Zoom, raise hand. Now it should be active. You should be able to raise hand. And if you don't have any interventions, Milan, I invite you to do the closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Zahar. It was my pleasure to be part of this event. Thank you to all participants, to all panelists, for sharing new ideas, for sharing previous experiences achieved during implementation of different international and national projects. Thank you again and see you Next time, I hope face to face. Goodbye.
That's true. Bye.
Thank you, Milan. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye, all.